insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy while working in the best interests of our community. Welcome, members of the governing body, welcome to our officers and welcome to the public. First time we've had public here since the level 3 lockdown. And of course, today we are celebrating being back at level 2. But I'm pleased to see everybody socially distanced there, including councillors. I think I'm about a metre separated from those either side of me. Can I first of all welcome Jim Stabbock, our new Chief Executive Officer, your first meeting and initiation into the mysteries of the governing body. So welcome, Jim. I would also like to acknowledge that this week is Chinese Language Week, so I say Zhao Shang Hao, and because we are almost at the time of the Moon Festival, it's Zhang Chu Kuai Le. Happy Moon Festival to everybody. Right. First of all, we begin with apologies, and I have none at the moment, but I just want to confirm that with our Secretary. Yep. So the motion is that there is no motion because we have no apologies. I will do, however, the roll call just to check that our technology is working. So if I can ask Sandra just to run through to check that everybody online is properly connected and can hear. Sandra.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present. Present.
Councillor Bartley.
Daja Hao.
Councillor Casey.
Morena.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Collins is online. Are you there, Councillor Collins?
Kia ora, Daja Hao.
Thank you. Councillor Coombe.
Dajang Hao, and good morning for New Zealand Sign Language Week as well.
Councillor Cooper is not here. Councillor Dalton.
Atamarie.
Councillor Darby.
Atamarie.
Councillor Filipina. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Henderson.
Atamarie.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
Councillor Mulholland.
Ni hao, present.
Councillor Newman.
Is an apology for lateness.
Thank you. Councillor Sayers.
Kia ora and Daja Hao.
Councillor Simpson.
Morena, Daja Hao, and good morning.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Good morning.
And Councillor Young.
Hello, I'm here.
Mayor Gough, Linda Cooper, I am here.
And Councillor Cooper has now joined as well. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much, and we'll just, for those that we haven't found online yet, if we can just check up by email to them. And I just have to comment on Councillor Simpson's good morning. There are not many people around this table that remember Aunt Daisy from a long time ago on radio, but you sound just like her, Desley, so take that as a compliment.
You'll keep. That's terrible.
You didn't take that as a compliment. Okay, item number 3 is declaration of interest. Are there any members of the governing body that have an interest that they need to declare in relation to today's discussions? If not, the
Your Worship,
minutes...
sorry, Your Worship, just to let you know I'm online now. Sorry about that. Alf.
Yep, Talofa Alf, we've got you there.
Mahalo. Mahalo.
Okay, confirmation of minutes, the minutes of the 27th of August 2020. I'll move that we accept those as a true and correct record. It's been seconded by Councillor Henderson. Are there any matters arising? If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. We come to petitions. There are no petitions. We have public input, and we have, just before I go on, could everybody, this could be Councillor Walker, could everybody who is online please make sure their mic is off unless they're speaking, because we're getting interference. Okay, it's gone. Thank you. It's been fixed. And I hope I didn't malign you, Councillor Walker. So we have three requests for public input from Steve Abel relating to the Canal Road native trees, from the Maritime Union of New Zealand relating to the independent review of health and safety on the wharves, and from the Exterior Cleaning Industry Association, which is in relation to item number 9 on the review of drought restrictions. Look, just conscious that at a recent meeting, Committee of the Whole, people were using the opportunity of public input not to ask questions but to make comments, and I remind councillors of Standing Order 7.7.6 that members may not debate the item and should do this under any appropriate item on the agenda. So we'll stick, each of the presenters will have their 5 minutes, which will be strictly enforced by Sandra, and then up to 3 questions for each presenter. But questions, please, not debating points. So could I invite Steve Abel, please, to the table to speak on the Canal Road trees. Steve, welcome. You push your button on the right and a red light will come on. That means you're live. So you have 5 minutes starting from now. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for accepting an opportunity to speak. And I want to make it clear to Sandra, our insistence on coming today, despite suggestions of other committee meetings, was basically to do with the urgency of this matter. At any point, the remainder of the trees at Canal Road could be cut down. And it's only because of the efforts of members of the community and more recently in the last few weeks the arboricultural community have directly taken action to protect these native trees that are of very significant age, size and ecological importance. There are among the trees still standing 40 native trees. You have an inventory in your inbox this morning of those, and of those, 23 to 27 would be regarded as significant for their size, their grandeur, or their rareness. And I speak specifically of the kawaka and the 2 black maere, of which there are potentially no other examples in Auckland. These trees are destined to be felled on the condition of the developer when purchasing the property from the Raymonds. Unfortunately, the council has a poor record on this matter dating back at least 9 years ago, which would take most of you out of the heat, but 9 years ago when the Raymonds offered to sell the land to the council, it was not taken. This is an exceptional, unprecedented arboretum of native trees, and when it is gone, it is irreplaceable essentially. Even though many of the trees have been felled, what we have left is still exceptional. There's nothing like it. And I hope if you do ask a question that I might invite one of our arborists to speak to that. Just to let you know who's here, we have Zane Wedding, who's an arborist. We have Hannah, who is also an arborist. Both of them have been in trees recently. We have Mackenzie Lee, who is the grandson of William Lee, who first stood in front of the truck 79 days ago today to stop any further trees from being felled. We have Tarina, who's a local, and Miro, who are locals. We have Luke and Michelle and Elliot and others who have all been part of the campaign to protect these trees. We cannot sustain this. We are technically illegally occupying private land. Many of us have trespassers against us, have been arrested. I have a bail condition. It's an act of civil, peaceful disobedience, but we need the intervention of council to solve it. We have no issue with landowners getting their rightful money for their land. but it requires us to do that. There is an offer on the table, which is also in your inbox. A developer is prepared to put in $4.2 million for the 4 properties, but that is short $600,000 for the cost of the existing contract holder to exit the contract. And we're very clear about those figures. Those figures are very clear. We know we need 4.8 to get the properties, the 4 properties. And notable also in your inbox this morning, I would have put it on a PowerPoint, but we weren't sure we're going to be able to present, is a diagram showing that the majority of the remaining trees are on 56 Canal Road, which is an L-shaped property. That would be an obvious, at the bare minimum, pocket park or reserve and a superb arboretum for the city. And that could be acquired with time in a 12-month settlement arrangement through land swaps and land exchanges, which obviously take time for the council and so forth. But to save the trees from the chainsaw, we need immediate action on this. And we need the existing contract owner or the Raymond family who technically own the properties to be contacted, and it needs to be made clear to them that there are serious, credible efforts to find a way to acquire this site and these trees. Because currently they are frustrated, as everybody is, and they simply want their money, and we need council intervention and public intervention to save them at this stage. I just want to say that trees of this age and stature, as the Urban Ngāhere strategy points out, are the rarest trees in Auckland. Fewer than 6% of our standing trees are above 20 metres high, and a number of these trees fit in that category. They are all native. It's got extraordinary heritage. A gentleman in the 1920s planted all these trees, Walter Burgess, and so it's cultural heritage as well as natural heritage. And a stand on a site like this in the middle of Avondale will never exist again because of the scale of the site. Once it's gone and developed, there's nowhere else you would plant trees like this, and you would have to wait 100 years for them to grow. And the rarest ones there, the kawaka and the black maire, are essentially irreplaceable. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Steve, and thank you very much for keeping to time. So just looking to see if there's any questions from within the room and online. The first question is from Councillor Pipaku.
Tēnā koe, Steve. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for coming along to present with everybody. And thank you for your advocacy. After we had the presentation at the Environment and Climate Change Committee, Chair Hills and I followed up and looked at a variety of options in terms of what we could do. What we got stuck on is that there was no willing seller to come into an arrangement. Is what you're saying that situation has changed, that there is now a willing seller at the right price?
Basically, and in the context of obviously confidential arrangements, which I understand makes it complex to have the conversation in a public forum, it's very clear to us that $4.8 million will acquire the properties. And that's, I won't go into specific detail about that, but that is the case as we understand it. And we currently have 4.2 on the table from a beneficent developer who will, for the price of $600,000, give a permanent caveat on the felling of the significant remaining trees. It gets the properties into a state of protection from immediate threat and enables time in a 12-month settlement to work out how to do a land swap and acquire the reserve for the council. It's the best thing we have available to us if Kāinga Ora aren't going to step in, if we need the council to step in. And for $600,000, you really are preserving something that is exceptional in the city and in the country, in fact. Yeah. So the situation, I think, has changed since you first made those efforts. The Canal Road land swap that was offered for the Canal Road Reserve was not like for like. It was a lower CV value property, it was a smaller property, and it's completely understandable why the Raymonds didn't accept that offer. And so we need to buy time to find a way to provide an offer that is more acceptable. And in terms of green space in Avondale, There are 600,000 Kāinga Ora houses going in there, which is a great thing, but that means a green space like this is all the more valuable and all the more important to retain and save, and it is a ready-made, exceptional native arboretum.
Thank you. Second question is online from Councillor John Watson. I have my three questions, councillors, so we'll close it off at the third, which is Tracy Mulholland. John, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to you, Steve. Are you in contact with any specific officer within council over these, very recent developments? And depending on the answer to that, if not, then, Mr. Mayor, what's the sort of process for this new situation to at least be given some consideration and to see what the relative components are, given the urgency here. So Steve, first of all, is there anyone in council who's aware of these developments and investigating things?
So Paul Marriott Lloyd came down and spoke with us a couple of weeks ago. I spoke with him again on the phone yesterday. I was left with the impression from that conversation that there was no active pursuit on the part of the council for another land swap arrangement. I was also left with the impression that Kāinga Ora was not necessarily a viable option. We still hold out hope for Kāinga Ora taking action. Basically, the impression I was left with was that we needed to come to you as the governing body, and we needed to urgently ask for intervention of the elected councillors and the mayor, and basically some sort of instruction from you that you are prepared to have skin in the game, and you need to talk about finding unallocated budget to meet this $600,000 shortfall, because currently nobody else is going to be doing that. And so that's exactly the reason that I pushed so hard to come and speak to you today, because the fact is, unless the council's able to find some money or instruct Panuku to spend that money to save the site, these trees will be lost, and that will be a terrible blot on the city and a great loss to all of us as Aucklanders.
Thank you, Councillor Watson, and I'll address
Thanks, Steve.
your part of the
Mr.
question.
Mayor, sorry, just a question for you. I think we'd probably all appreciate a little guidance as to how the information we've received today might at least be considered by officers.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Watson. I'll address that after Councillor Mulholland's question. Thank you. Councillor Tracy Mulholland.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for those presenting. I do want to acknowledge that I have had discussions with Steve, so I think it's important to share that publicly. And Steve, thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. I also would like to acknowledge that I was invited to a meeting with Carmel Sepuloni, who I had actually visited in her office, well, actually next to her office, prior to, and I want to be very clear about this, prior to any of the groups forming, so that I could seek her views. Now, I want to also, and it will form part of my question, Your Worship, acknowledge that Carmel Sepuloni, at the request of two of the people involved with the group, myself and Kay Thomas, the chair of the Whai Local Board, did meet. My question is to you, Steve, and Steve, I'm actually watching you just so that you're aware. My question to you, Steve, is have you been advised formally if Kaingaroa will be purchasing the land, and if not, when would you hope to hear from Kaingaroa? And Your Worship, I would like clarification whether the group have direct, through you, Steve, or not, direct contact with the current contract sale of agreement group person, whoever it might be. Kia ora, thanks.
So Kāinga Ora are due to get back to us today or tomorrow with a response to our request that they seek to acquire this land. But the initial information we were given by Ian Butler when he came to visit us down at Canal Road was that it was very difficult to fit within the framework of their brief to justify the acquisition of a piece of land that would be potentially a reserve. And in summary, Kāinga Ora operates very similarly to a conventional developer. They seek to get as many houses on a plot of land as they can. Whilst they do have within their mandated legislation a consideration of community and environmental and climate considerations, we could not manage to convince them that saving a stand of native trees fit exactly within that brief, and it would be consistent with them providing a viable community for the people of Avondale with 600 new Kāinga Ora houses going into that area. And just to note that there's a lot of research that indicates, including from Chicago, that more green space has direct contribution to a lowering of the crime rate in neighbourhoods. And I think that what's happening in Avondale with the failure to recognise the huge loss of green space that is happening is that we're really creating a very poorly planned city in that regard. And if you look at an aerial image of Avondale, you'll see that this arboretum at Canal Road really stands out as exceptional. And it's absolutely a sitting duck for being acquired for permanent green space and should be done as a matter of town planning and city planning and community planning. But I am saying as my final word here that there is no way it will happen unless you, the governing body of the Auckland Council, step in and make it happen. And we are doing everything we can. We are now 79 days. We are exhausted. We are strung out. We are facing criminal charges. And we need some action from the people who run and lead this city, or we're going to lose these trees. And that will honestly be a terrible loss and inconsistent with the plans and agendas of this council to be a sustainable city. For us to have a livable city and livable communities and a livable planet, we need to keep trees standing, and we need to keep these trees standing. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Steve. Thank you very much. I have two questions from councillors to me, so I'll address those first and make a brief finishing comment. The first question from Councillor Watson, on receipt of the letter from Steve this morning, we have contacted Paul Marriott-Lloyd to ask him to meet with Steve to be put in touch with the developer to explore any potential there may be to work through the developer if this is a way in which we could save the trees. So I have been working in response to the correspondence from Steve through Paul Marriott-Lloyd. He is the person that's responsible for this within the council structure, and we have asked him to do that. Secondly, in relation to the question from Councillor Tracy Mulholland, Tracy, both you and I, as you're aware, have had discussions with the local MP, Councillor MP Carmel Sepuloni, and she has in turn approached the Minister for Housing, or responsible for public housing, to check with Kāinga Ora whether there is a possibility of a land swap. We have indicated an interest, for example, in Canal Road Reserve as the possibility for that as a development area in exchange for an area with these beautiful trees on, which would make a far more appropriate park. Unfortunately, the answer from Kāinga Ora has been a no to us to date, and I haven't had any indication, and I think Councillor Mulholland, you haven't had any indication that they are prepared to change their mind on that. Can I just make finally a comment in relation to Councillor Pipakum? You're quite right. We have been told repeatedly there is no willing seller there. They've not been prepared to do that. We have all around this table had legal advice from council officers that we have no power to stop the destruction of those trees, however undesirable that destruction is, and it is a loss of a legacy grove of trees that I'm very familiar with from my time as a local MP in New Lynn. And we have, we're equally aware, having been through an emergency budget, that we don't have the financial ability to buy land with high value trees on each time a developer wants to cut them down. And you can't say we'll do it in this case, but we won't do it in any other case. And we do have rules around the council that we provide an equitable spread of reserves around the country, around the city and the region of the city. So around this council, we're satisfied we've taken every action that we're able to, Steve, short of purchasing the property, and for reasons that I've explained, that is not a viable proposition for us. But I am happy to explore this latest opportunity to see if there is a way of saving the trees. So Paul Marriott-Lloyd will be in touch with you today. We won't delay this because of the threat to the existence of the trees, and we'll talk directly to the developer to see if there is any possibility that an arrangement can be made in that way. So I'm happy to move that we receive the presentation from Steve Abel today and his colleagues that are here. Thank you for coming along and expressing your view, and Councillor Mulholland maybe might like to second that.
Thanks, Your Worship.
So I will put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. Thank you, Steve, and Paul will be in touch with you today. Thank you. We now come to the second public input, which, if I can find it, is from the Maritime Union of New Zealand. They are online, so I'm looking around to see Russell and Craig. Can't see them here, but I'm told that they're Skyped in. So I'll double check. Sorry, we've got a mic on. Might be yours, Russell. But welcome, Russell and Russell Main, Secretary of the Auckland branch of the Maritime Union, and Craig Harrison, the Assistant Secretary, to present to the governing body. Thank you very much, Russell. I presume you're leading.
Yes, just an apology for Craig. He's stuck in Wellington at the moment. I'd just like to open by thanking Your Worship, the Mayor and the councillors for the opportunity to address the council today. Our membership has asked me to pass on their sincere appreciation for the decision from the council to call for an independent review of the health and safety culture at the port company. This is the first time for a very long time that they can see that there is some hope to turn around the management culture and provide a safe workplace going forward. All workers want at the port company is the ability to belong to a union without fear of discrimination and actively improve health and safety for workers in the port. The reality is that following the tragic death of Amo, Maritime New Zealand have acted as a regulator and issued the port company with an improvement notice creating an exclusive zone for lashes on the vessels. This action in itself has drastically improved the safety for lashes at the port. However, this should have already been in place and managed, and it should have been actioned by the company immediately following the accident. Unfortunately, it took the actions of the regulator to put this in place. This death at the workplace was totally avoidable and should never have happened. The announcement of the review is proactive and positive for workers, but in saying this fantastic initiative must be given every opportunity to achieve the best results for the council as owners and workers as stakeholders. This will require the best people with the correct skills to be available to oversee and run the review. We ask you as the shareholder and representatives of the people of Auckland to make this review a real success by allocating the right resources in the terms of reference. The union has a very minor amendment to the terms of reference that we would ask the council to consider. We believe that this change would assist the review. The Maritime Union has already stated publicly that it fully supports this review. We ask you to consider the question when you deliberate on this matter. Why have the management of the port company publicly not supported the review today? I know you're operating on a tight schedule, so I'll not keep you any longer, but leave you with this message from our members. All we want is a fair go. We want shift lengths that are based on science, which provide a work-life balance, and the right to return home to family and friends at the end of the day's work. Appreciate you giving us this time, and I welcome any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you very much, Russell. And I'll just get you to turn your mic off while the question's being asked, because we'll otherwise have this feedback that we're suffering from at the moment. Thank you. That's good. So just looking around, we have discussed this fully with councillors, but I have a question.
I don't have a question, but I'll save my comments for later.
You have to make your comments when the item comes up, Councillor Henderson. A question from Councillor Pipacoom.
Good morning, Russell. Thank you for presenting to us today. I just wondered if you could clarify, you said that the MUNS had a minor amendment that you'd like to make to the terms of reference. I didn't catch what you thought that should be. Would you be able to just clarify what amendment you think is needed, please?
Yes, thank you, Pippa. It's under the amendment 4 key principle, number 4 key principles, paragraph E, and attached to that of the existing wording, where the existing wording says, while the review is not an investigation into specific incidents, discussion of previous incidents should be used as examples if applicable. We would like to add, were such incidents reported and what eventuated, these incidents need to be considered to assess the quality of POAL controls.
What I'll do, Russell, if I can get you to just email that, please, to council, so that we've got a written copy of it, so that we can consider that when we're looking at the terms of reference. So if you can do that, please. Well, I'll get somebody to give you a ring and get it off you. Right. Any further questions? Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Russell, for your presentation. What would satisfy you in terms of the safety of the workers regarding our independent review, so that, you know, the union's not thinking that this is a way for the directors of Ports of Auckland to defend themselves? Just thinking about how everyone's trying to work together here. What would satisfy you guys that this isn't just trying to defend Ports of Auckland's board?
It's a very good question, isn't it? Well, I guess what would satisfy first of all, is the independence of the reviewers that are going in to undertake the review, and to make sure that they operate separately from the management as it exists in the port company currently. The influence of the management of the port company is powerful. It reaches out not only into the workforce, but into customers and into the area of the board. So the independent and the resources for that review are extremely important. So we think that there is a requirement, well, not a requirement, but we think it would be really helpful if that review had aspects of experts in the health and safety region, experts in the best way to get participation out of workers and unions in the area. And we also think that it's really important that the union has an input into that review, and that interviews are taken of workers so that they can give their side of the story to date, from the reforms to the hours of work and procedures that took place in the port company following the 2012 dispute. I hope that assists you with that question.
Thank you. And the third and last question is Councillor Shane Henderson.
Well, I just remembered my question, Russell, and you've gone ahead and answered it. But well done to you guys down at the port. I suppose I'll ask it anyway. So, in terms of appointing an independent reviewer, in terms of key competencies, would you say that health and safety expertise is a key competency in that regard?
Yeah, I certainly do, because it would be hard to undertake the review of the health and safety of the port company unless you had an extensive background in health and safety and how that relates to the guidance set out in workplace and, of course, governance for boards. So it may be that our opinion may be is that it may require more than one reviewer in there so that there is expertise in different areas, so that the review can provide the best result for the council and for the workers there.
Cool, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and thank you for your presentation, Russell. You'll be able to follow our discussion on that online in item number 11, which will be coming up, who knows, in the early part of our meeting, shall I say. That's probably the safest thing. Look, just 2 points. One, absolutely the independence and competence and expertise of the reviewer is critical to the success of the review. And that's what we will be seeking. Secondly, I have to say that when I told the Ports of Auckland that we were going to conduct the review, they were in agreement with it. I have not had any public pushback from them about the need for this review following 3 fatalities and 4 or 5 prosecutions in recent times. We need to know that if there are systemic problems with health and safety at the port, that these will be fixed. And I should just let you know that this morning I received a letter from WorkSafe and Maritime New Zealand saying they support the independent review of health and safety by Auckland Council, and that this action demonstrates the kind of leadership, responsibility and accountability that is envisaged under the Health and Safety at Work Act. So it's good to see the Council has got support from the 2 regulatory organisations. Look, I'll ask Kathy Casey to move the resolution that we received the presentation and from Russell, and thank him for his attendance. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Josephine Bartley has seconded. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Thank you very much, Russell, and we'll keep in touch on the progress of the review. Thank you. Right, we come now to the 3rd item on our agenda, when I can find my run sheet, which is the presentation from the Exterior Cleaning Industry Association, and this presentation is being made by Brian Edwards. I'll just double check I've got you online, Brian.
Yes, I'm here.
Absolutely, and that's great. And if we can make sure that when you're talking, we'll have our mics off, and when we're talking, if you can turn your mic off, and we deal with any problems with feedback. Okay, you've got 5 minutes, and then we've got up to 3 questions. So we look forward to your presentation. Thank you very much, Brian.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to speak today on behalf of the Exterior Cleaning Industry Association. So I'm the Vice President of the association. 2020 is a year in business in Auckland to remember, with 2 COVIDs, 1 water restriction, and now 1 broken bridge. All have an impact on our industry. ECIA has members that are not only national-wide businesses like Edwards and Hardy, Chemwash, Washright. We also have family-owned and operated businesses like Woody and Nadine at ProWash, where their sole income supports their family with 2 kids. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Watercare for the time they have made available for the workshops to ensure that they understand our industry. Thanks to Ravine in his latest media release for the acknowledgement that our industry was misunderstood. So while I'm talking, I'd like the following pictures, which are up on screen, which is great. You will see in front of you what our industry sees on a daily basis. We remove moss and mould, contaminants, and make surfaces safe and healthy. If we can just flick through some of those pictures, that would be great. People have the right to live in a healthy home and a workplace, and mould comes in several options: black, green, red, and toxic. They can be mistaken for dirt. It is a living organism that can grow through surfaces or existing paint and shorten the life of paintwork, which is why most warranties will be subject to a regular clean. Section 45(1)(b) of the Residential Tenancy Act 1986, the landlord must provide and maintain the premises in a reasonable state of cleanliness. and you'll see from the pictures what we have to deal with on a regular basis. Carting water across Auckland has increased our carbon footprint and more congestions on the road, and is a big capital cost to our business. The industry will not survive if it has to continue to cart water. We also see this as a major health and safety risk to the owner and staff. We have developed best practice guidelines in water efficiency based on the Queensland model. This will ensure we continue to see more water efficiency across our industry. The current graph you see in front of you, Auckland current daily usage is around 400 million litres a day. The volumes from the non-potable stations that have been set up in Auckland as of the 23rd of September is around 280,000 litres a day. Not all of this water is used in exterior cleaning. That non-potable water adds to his daily usage is around 0.07%, and we don't work 7 days a week. The current loss on the network is around 53 million litres a day, which is 13.6%. If we could improve the loss on the network by 0.5%, this would cover the amount used at non-potable stations by commercial industries. The purpose of the restrictions is to save water. Banning the exterior cleaners is not going to give massive savings. Under the current restriction, commercial have been asked to save 10%, residential 20 litres a day, our industry 100%. This has come at a huge price. Businesses have closed and jobs have been lost on the back of 2 COVIDs, 1 water restriction and a broken bridge. Please remember, we only use 0.7% of Auckland's water, but it puts food on our tables for families. So in closing, the impact on the exterior cleaning industry has been dramatic, and even if there is an easement in the restrictions approved today, the financial costs that we have already incurred will see some businesses and jobs lost. This is why we must ask, given the following volume of water we use, that you consider voting yes to an easement for the exterior cleaning industry. We have been disadvantaged because we use water outside where it is visual and do not have the luxury of using it indoor where it is hidden from the public. We are a low water user industry. The key number is 0.07%. It's a tiny number. So vote today to save our industry and the families that rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, for your presentation. The first question is from Councillor John Watson. John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brian, for your presentation and for making it very clear that 0.07% usage that's been arrived at through the use in the non-potable sites. My question, Brian, that goes to you really goes to the reach of your association, which you referred to the best practice guidelines, which I've had a chance to have a look through myself, and are pretty impressive. What's the reach of your association out to the water cleaning businesses around Auckland, Brian? What kind of sort of uptake do you get from people in this business in terms of applying those best practice standards that you're working through now at your own initiative?
So those best practice guidelines were developed out of Queensland's water restriction in 2007, and that our president, which is Sean White, was part of the Queensland water restriction when he was over there. These guidelines have been taken up well by the members. If we get an easement to work, and part of that is implementing more robust training, we're happy to go out and train operators. They don't have to be members of the ECIA, but we can run training courses in water efficiency. It's a day's course. Yep. So yeah, we've had a great uptake from the members, and our membership is growing on a regular basis.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up. And I assume that membership of your association would develop along similar lines as far as the public goes. Is that like something like the Master Builders Association, where you would gain a degree of comfort in terms of that company's membership of your organisation? Is that how you see it?
Yes, correct. So this association's been put together quite quickly based on the water crisis, and our focus is just not Auckland. Our focus is New Zealand wide. We need to look after our precious resources, water, and we want to educate and train people on how to be more water efficient. We, as an industry, we are far more efficient than the home handyman with a water blaster that spends 2 days cleaning a driveway, where we can come over and knock it over in an hour's time. We're in business, and when you're in business, you're there to make money. So you become efficient. You look at the technology around water usage. We would have loved to have shown you some videos today, and we're happy to follow through on that, on how efficient we are compared to a home handyman water blast that spends 8 hours on a water blast or 2 days to do something that we can do in an hour. And the water usage is horrific.
Thank you. Next question is from Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore, who would probably contest that his skills at water blasting is any less than a professional. But Bill, your question.
Yeah, I would not contest that my skills at water blasting are anything like a professional, Mr. Mayor, but thanks for the uplift. It's most welcome. Yeah. So, again, thanks, Brian, and also I'd like to recognise Sean White and Michelle Atwell, who I've been talking to over the past 10 days about the actual realities here. Your usage as a percentage of Auckland's water, 0.07, and what does that actually mean to in litres? Because what we have is some confusion. The non-potable take is 280,000, and I know you're only a percentage of that. And I've got the list of all the people here who have actually been using non-potable water, and on a number of companies, you make up a bit over half. So do you have an actual number of usage, or is that just too hard to calculate?
Prior to the non-potable site, we contacted members and talked to a lot of people, and we worked out how much water could be used on a house. You know, a house wash could be around 700 litres, which is not much. You think about your washing machine, that uses around 230 litres, and some people do 2 loads a day. And we only want to clean their house once a year or once every 2 years. So that number we came to came prior to the non-potable stations, and then we went around and confirmed it, and we've been working with Watercare around those numbers. And the Rosedale non-potable site yesterday, or 2 days ago, 96,000 litres. It was its biggest day. 10,000 litres went to the car wash industry. 10,000 went to the building industry. Another few thousand went to the drain industry. So that figure of that 0.07 is made up of everyone. So if you look at that, we're even a lower user than what we're actually saying. And you've got to remember too, we only work 5 days, 5.5 days a week. The industry's not working 7 days a week using that same volume, so the number drops even more. And we're not on the trigger all day long as well. So we're not just standing there squirting water. It's getting on site, setting up, all that, and we do a lot of brushing and bits and pieces. So yeah. So we are a very.
Thank you. I've lost you there for a moment, Brian. So we'll go straight to the third question, which is Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Are you back online, Brian?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks. Well, look, just it's been good to see the way that you worked hard and put your efforts into organised industry. So congratulations on that. My question is follows on from probably both the previous questions. There is a possibility that Auckland Council and our officers could have concern around the people that perhaps aren't part of your association at the moment, and if they don't do their bit, it could reflect back in terms of the volumes that get used, and could ruin the opportunity that you're looking forward to, and we have to put the restrictions back in. So I just wondered if you had any comment about, I heard that, you're trying to grow your membership, but would you have any comment, Brian, around perhaps others that aren't part of your membership potentially abusing the situation?
Good question. It's like the building industry. You can belong to association, but there's cowboys out there. We got that across all industries. We can't control everyone. They still won't, even there are some cowboys or road people out there, they still won't be a high user. But what we want to do is encourage people to join the association. But if they don't want to join the association, that's fine. But we're happy to provide training around using water efficient techniques that have been developed, and maybe even have a card. So if they go out to a site, they can say to the customer, hey, look, we've been trained. It's no different than working at heights courses and pieces. So it gives the customer sort of guarantee that, hey, these guys have put the time and effort into being trained, and they know what they're doing, and then the homeowner will feel safe. I've done some jobs just recently, or lots of jobs recently, and where the little old lady says, oh, I don't really want to get my home clean because there's a water restriction. And you talk through them how you do it and bits and pieces, and they're really happy about that. So if there's some sort of endorsement around our industry as a whole on water efficiency users, I think that will help. But yeah, the cowboys, look, they're everywhere, and they just got to be policed by Watercare Council or whoever can help do that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Brian. I'll ask Councillor John Watson to move and Councillor Greg Sayers to second that we receive your presentation, and thank you for your attendance today. You're very welcome, of course, to listen in to the discussion that we have on the restrictions on water usage on our next item. You can listen to that online. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no.
Aye.
Carried. Thank you very much. We come now to local board input. There are no requests for local board input. Item number 8 is extraordinary items. Nobody has indicated any extraordinary item for the agenda. So we now come to item 11, which is the review of drought restrictions for the 2020-2021 summer season. And I'd like to welcome from Council Ian Maxwell and Andrew Chin, and from Watercare, Mark Bourne and Marlon Bridge. Now, I haven't checked who wants to speak and in what order, but I've got Ian right in my line of sight here, so I'll ask you to lead off, Ian. Ian and Andrew are both in the room, and Mark and Marlon are on Skype. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the report today deals with amendments to the drought restrictions that the governing body applied in Auckland earlier this year in May. And essentially the report recommends moving towards a summer water restriction regime. So water restrictions will remain, but we are recommending that they be adjusted from what exists currently, what exists today. In particular, we're recommending changes around the use of handheld hoses. So these are hoses with triggers by both commercial activities and perhaps later this year by residential users. These recommendations arise from a process involving staff of both Watercare and Auckland Council, but also more recently a workshop that's involved at a governor level with yourselves and members of the board of Watercare. So since May, when the water restrictions were first imposed, Watercare and Auckland Council have worked together to mitigate the effects of the drought upon Aucklanders. So Aucklanders have responded extremely well, and you will have seen some of those diagrams in terms of demand from both residential and commercial users. So reduction has occurred in terms of water consumption. In addition, we have created new water sources for the Metropolitan Water Supply System, some 40 million litres a day additional from earlier this year, from May, as a result of the Waikato additions. But by the end of, or by around Christmas, we're expecting some 40 million litres a day extra. That's both from the Waikato as well as a range of smaller bores at Pukekohe, Hayes Creek and Onehunga. And there's more to come in as we enter into next year. We've also introduced new non-potable water sources, and you've heard a little bit about that in the discussion just prior to us. So that's been developed and it's provided water through to the construction sector, car washing and house washing industries. It's not large, but it does exist. And also too, Watercare have improved the management of their metropolitan water supply system. And so that's reduced and is progressively reducing leakage, but it also allows for more water to be used from the Waikato River and the bores as opposed to using water from the dams. We're saving up the dams and the hanuas and the Waitakaris for summer. We believe our recommendations represent a cautious approach. Our city is not out of the woods yet in terms of the drought. Our dam levels are lower than normal and there is uncertainty around future weather patterns. That said, the recommendations do seek to mitigate the impact of water restrictions, particularly on the commercial sector, on employment. This is a real issue, again, as you've just heard. The impact of COVID on our urban economy is working through, and if we can take advantage of the investments and changes that have been undertaken to date, we can perhaps mitigate that to some respect on our economy. We are aware any decision that you make, whether to keep the current water restrictions as they are or a decision to modify them, they each present risks. And so there are advantages and disadvantages for each, and we hope we've highlighted those in the paper and we can answer questions around those. Some of you may question why we are recommending changes for commercial activities around handheld hoses, but not residential. And the reason for this is essentially our cautious approach. Auckland water is largely used by residents. Some 70% of the water produced is used by the residential sector. And if restrictions are changed, it may change the perception in the minds of Aucklanders about the need to continue to save water. And there's a risk of runaway demand across households. And that's the area where the bulk of our water is utilised. The commercial use is significant, 30-odd%, but it is smaller. And we're working with large users and business associations, as you've heard, Watercare have done a lot of work with the association that's just presented around savings and best practice. And perhaps this drought, if it's got one shining element to it, an opportunity, is actually exactly what you've heard, an opportunity to promote best practice, to create associations, to create an incentive to better use water. So that said, our recommendations will include a review later this year. So if our water situation is better, if our dams are fuller, if the rains that we forecast do occur, we are indicating in this report an opportunity for the governing body to move to lighten summer restrictions for residential at that time. Conversely, if the water situation is poor, or if the commercial sector has had runaway usage, then there's an opportunity later this year, an incentive, if you like, to review that and create an incentive for the commercial sector to continue to watch their water use. So Andrew will run through briefly what's in the paper, and we've got Marlon Bridge and Mark Bourne from Watercare, and between Marlon and Mark, Andrew and myself, we'll respond to any questions. So Andrew.
Thank you, Ian. So the paper really just starts with the reflection on the decision that you made in May in the Emergency Committee, and that was to impose really quite high levels of restrictions, a complete outdoor hose use ban. And when Watercare recommended that ban, it was really about trying to incentivise those savings over a winter period. You need a harder ban over the winter when there's less outdoor water use. You're really trying that you need those savings to happen from indoor use because there's not a lot of demand for outdoor water use over the winter period. And luckily, through the work that Watercare have done, largely with some of the big consumers, our consumption levels delivered more than the targeted 5% savings. The next thing is the additional water sources that have been brought online. So the plan is for about 40 megalitres a day to be brought online before Christmas. Over half of that is now up and running with the Waikato treatment plant upgrade. It's also important to remember that we got consent to take the extra 25 million litres a day from Waikato with an agreement with Hamilton City Council. And that agreement says that over the summer we must have restrictions at least equivalent to Hamilton, because they've granted us this allocation, and it would be really poor form if we had no restrictions and the people of Hamilton did have restrictions. Our current level of restrictions, and even with the proposed amendments, are still much stronger than those currently in Hamilton City Council. The report does move into a detailed forecast, and over the workshop on Monday, Mark Bourne did illustrate on the box and whisker graph what the forecast looks at. And really, the point of that is, what is our risk of moving into a level 2 restriction space based on where the dams are? And the forecast was based on the dam levels at the 1st of September, the new augmentation coming on, and the anticipated behaviour of Aucklanders and their water savings. And they believe that there's a less than 5% chance that we will reach level 2, but we have to acknowledge the uncertainties around the assumptions of that. And I think that's where we get to the recommendation and the cautious approach we're taking. We've got about half of the augmentation water supply online now. Half is still to come. So there's a little bit of uncertainty about the additional sources, their timing and when they'll come online. Hickey's Bore, Hayes Creek and the Onehunga Bores all on target to come in for Christmas, but not here yet right now. And we also have the uncertainty about how Aucklanders will respond. And it's, I think, if there's one thing I'd like to emphasise most of all, is the proposal here is not a lifting of restrictions. It's really easy and to think of a change to using a trigger nozzle and a hose pipe as lifting of restrictions, and if that perception is taken up by the general public and we have runaway demand, the issue becomes one where we have to move to deeper restrictions to control that runaway demand. The forecast is that we need to maintain at stage 1, we need to maintain 5% savings over this whole summer. So water use with a hose and a trigger nozzle, it is a pretty strong water restriction. I've done some quite coarse calculations, but compared to just using a hose with no trigger nozzle, you're probably saving over 70% of the water just by constantly watching it and controlling it, and the very act of the nozzle head itself. So the anticipation that yes, you can use water outside has to be reinforced with a very strong communications program that you can use water outside, but it has to be done carefully, and we must still keep saving. So that's very much around the balanced approach and the risks that we saw in relation to the decision.
Thank you very much for that, Ian and Andrew. Now I'll just check to see, Mark, are you leading for Watercare on this?
Good morning, Your Worship. Yes, both Marlon and I are available to take questions. We're very happy with the information that's been provided by both Ian and Andrew at this stage, and don't have any further comment in relation to the paper.
Thank you. It's no, that's really helpful to know that we've got a joined-up approach from Watercare and Auckland Council. That's really helpful. The recommendations have been moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by myself. This is an important paper, so I'm going to separate the questions out from the comments. So please indicate to me if you have a question. I've already got 4 questions. Make that 5 questions. Make that 6 questions. It's happening all the time. First is Al Filipina was the first up. Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got 3 questions, and they're very quick ones. One to Marlon and Mark. Mark and Marlon, what was the recommendation from the Board of Water Care in regards to the commercial use and residential?
Good morning, Councillor. Yeah, the water care advice is provided in the paper at clause 9 of the paper.
So just to confirm that they suggested that residential also be part of the changes to stage 1?
I think the important thing to note that since that advice was provided, as drawn out in the paper at clause 15, there was the joint council workshop. And following that workshop, the resolution that's before you was determined.
If I can just add to that, sorry. If I can just add to that, we have what we've done with Watercare and Auckland Council staff is to work together on this, and it's like a process. And so we've taken into account the technical advice, but also to how we might, or what the potential impacts might be across our wider community. So we're presenting today a joint approach, a joint recommendation from both Watercare and Auckland Council.
Thank you. Sorry, Alf, just before you go to your next question, I've had a discussion with the chair of the Watercare board, and she's come back to me and said she's comfortable with it, including with the recommendation L, which has come from Councillor Linda Cooper, and I'm supportive of. So we just try to get a better definition of commercial use, so that you can't pretend that you're a commercial user and then go and say, well, I've declared myself a water blaster, and now I'm going to water blast my own home, and that's my business. We need a little bit of certainty that people don't abuse that definition. So, yeah, I think Watercare and Council are joined up on this one. Your next supplementary, Councillor.
Yeah, so look, just to the Al, that was going to be one of the questions that I had left of the two, so I'm glad that that particular one is in there. But question again to the team, are you telling me that with the recommendation that there's only commercial will be allowed, is that people in low socioeconomic areas, that if they wish to water blast their home or water their gardens, that they cannot do that, and they will have to end up getting a commercial business to water blast their house, water blast their deck, and water their gardens. And as a result of this, are we saying that for the people who are in low economic areas that can't afford to get commercial people in to do that, that they have to?
So, Alf, this is Andrew Chin speaking. Yes, the restrictions will not be lifted on the residential population, but it applies to hoses. So you can do cleaning with a bucket and a mop, and you can water a garden with a watering can under the current restrictions. So whilst it does apply, I should also flag that we are looking to review the situation as we get towards December, when we'll have more certainty about where the dam levels have got, more certainty around the augmentation projects, and also more certainty about the weather forecast as we move into January and February.
So just clarification, Andrew, you are saying in a very long way that no, they're not allowed to use the water blaster, and what they have to do is fill up their buckets, and if they wish to wash their house, they will do that with a bucket. And look, I'll save what I need to say in the comments, Andrew. I just wanted to get a yes or no, and the answer is yeah, they cannot use the water blaster to clean their house. Thank you.
That's correct.
I think the fair answer to that, Councillor, is that there is a delay before we review the restrictions on residential, one, to determine that we know what the weather patterns are for summer, which are still pretty unclear. We are getting the much drier than usual September at the moment. No increase in dam levels now for 17 days. In fact, we're lower than we were before. But by December, we will know both whether our lake levels have gone up, we'll know how the trial period has gone with the commercial operators, and we'll have by then we'll also have on stream some extra sources of supply. So it's not a ruling out of any change, it's a deferring for the major users of water, which is the residential sector. I think that's the point that Andrew made pretty clearly. Right, we come now to Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. And look, given that the resolutions currently say you can pay someone to wash your car and water your garden, but you can't do it yourself, I'm interested in the residential side. And if it's factually correct that Aucklanders have responded well to restrictions and reduced their water usage significantly in excess of the 5% savings, and if it's correct that dam levels have recovered faster than was forecast in June, and if it's correct that current forecasts for spring, which is what I want to talk about, the month of spring, not summer, the spring season, not summer. So if it's correct for spring, that it's going to be average to dry as opposed to a drier spring than usual, my question is around whether we could trial Aucklanders using a hose with the right nozzle, and if we did trial that, can we change this like the Prime Minister does with her COVID levels very quickly, or do we have to bring it back to a governing body meeting? Do we have the ability, like the Prime Minister, to change levels like that?
I can have a go at answering that.
Have a go, Ian. I'm tempted.
So at the moment, the way that the resolutions are structured, it would need to come back to a meeting such as this today. However, we could perhaps draft resolutions which delegated some authority to a number of councillors, the Mayor and others, to review it. But at the moment, that's not what's provided for in the resolutions. We did feel that the monitoring through until late this year, December, November period, was long enough to actually get some figures about where utilisation was, and also give some time for that spring weather patterns to emerge. So that was the rationale for choosing late this year.
Thank you. Councillor...
Okay, sorry, could I...
Oh, sorry, you got a supplementary, Desley?
Yes, I just want to check that the meeting that you're expecting to review this, it says by December, you're expecting this to come back to the governing body meeting at the end of November. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep. So we're effectively, it extends the period out beyond the commercial, but we will be looking at it. If we get the big downpour that we've all been waiting for now 10 months and haven't got yet, of course we'd change the restrictions. If we get a continuation of the last 2 to 3 weeks weather pattern, we may still be in some trouble.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking out my window and it's raining, but I'll reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, it may be raining, but the last 17 days we are behind where we were, and spring is when we expect rain. We actually haven't had a decent downpour while it's pouring down in the Waikato at the moment. That's just a fact of life. Okay, Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do reserve my right to speak. I had two questions. One is was actually probably to the Exterior Cleaning Association, but I know that people have been speaking to them. So I guess for me is if we support this today, which I do we have some way of communicating with the Exterior Cleaning Association that we'd hope they wouldn't just be leaping back to using our potable water, our high quality drinking water, but would continue to use as much non-potable supply as they could where practicable, because I know that sometimes it hasn't been practicable, but that they would continue to try and use that source as much as possible. So that was one question.
Look, it's Ian Maxwell here. I don't know, Marlon or Mark, are you able to answer that? I know Watercare have been working closely with the association and developing up best practices and so forth.
Yes, certainly it's Mark Bourne here. The intention is to maintain the non-potable sources and make that water available, and certainly encourage the continued use of non-potable water for non-potable purposes.
Thank you. And the other question is, Mr. Mayor, you've just answered a question from Councillor Simpson saying it was November governing body that would review that. It's got here by December. I do support that, but I do hope and encourage that we will have very good information from Watercare about the dam levels and better forecasts in November. That if we, I'm hoping, I suppose the question is, would you be willing to consider looking at that at the end of our November governing body meeting, which is the last week in November, because it might give more certainty one way or the other to our residents coming up to the Christmas period, so they can make arrangements. They have certainty before Christmas and the holidays.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, it would definitely be my intention to do that at the November meeting. December is too late. The advantage of the meeting in November is that we'll have a clearer forecast of rain for the summer period. There is a possibility of La Nina and tropical cyclones, but we'll also know whether we've hit the target that Watercare itself has set of 75% by November. And at the moment, to achieve that target of 75%, we would have to get 50% more rain in the next 5 weeks than we've had in the last 5 weeks. So just think about that for a moment. Weather forecasting is absolutely uncertain. I've just looked at I've got it open on my app in front of me here. For the next 10 days, the 10-day forecast, we've got a condition called rain on one of those 10 days with a few showers on some of the other days, occasional rain today. But the promise is there from the forecast, and somehow week after week after week, it doesn't deliver for us. And if we go and we lift the restrictions now, I don't think you can turn it off and on. If you change the mindset that we don't need to save now, and then we find that it's going to get much worse, I don't think the wider electorate will thank us for trying to switch something on and then off again, because it'll be bloody hard to do. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Angela Dalton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was hoping to get some answers to my questions. I think you've answered the first one, which is we've got 20 megalitres more now than we did at the 7th, from the 7th of March 25, and by December another 20 or 15? Total of 40. All right, so 25 at the moment. And how much additional water is required if the ban is lifted for commercial? So my thinking is, how many megalitres a day for commercial if we lift the restriction?
Sorry, I'm just booting up. Mark Bourne did provide us some answers there. So
Sorry, as a point of order, I've seen a list of questions from Councillor Dalton. I think they're good questions. So, Councillor, would you just like a series of answers to those questions now rather than you having to put them individually?
I would, but supplementary around the 75% if I can at the end.
Yep, that's no problem. So, Andrew, if you want to go through the questions that Councillor Dalton has put, and then she'll have a chance for a supplementary after that.
So how much water, so question one was how much water is, additional water is online, and that was from the Waikato treatment plant upgrade, and that was 25 million litres a day. And how much additional water is required if there was, if the ban was lifted? So I'm assuming that this is if there was unrestricted use? No, with the... so how much additional water would be required from residential users if we still had level 1 restrictions with the hose pipe and a trigger nozzle?
Yes.
Okay, so there's not an exact answer to this question. The Watercare forecasts anticipate that demand will go up. So between now and every month going forward into summer, the demand will increase. Traditionally, they'll see 15 million litres additional water being required. And roughly, if you split that, 70% residential and 30% the commercial. And that's where we get those figures. Further on, towards November, there's an additional 20 million litres a day demand. Once again, you probably apply that 70%, 30% split. Because we don't, it's quite difficult to split to get accurate data or exact data on what is commercial use and residential use. For example, the Exterior Cleaning Association were using water at a residential property. So you can't say, well, how much of their monthly use was residential and commercial. So we've had to make some pretty large assumptions. But for the residential, and Mark, please jump in if I've got those numbers wrong. I believe, so for the commercial, it was in the next month about 2 million litres a day. Yeah, and the residential, I believe, 5 to 6 if the restrictions apply. Mark, is that correct?
Yes, that's the best estimate based on the available information. The savings required in November amount to about 20 million litres of water a day. As we move through summer, the savings required peak in February at 30 million litres per day.
So we answered both the residential and the commercial there. Question 4, can we confirm the online water in December? We've answered those questions. Yes, Hickey's Bore, the Onehunga Springs and Hayes Creek coming online provide the balance of the 40 million. Question 5, have the predictions done for the Christmas holiday period? No, I don't. No, we haven't done those particular differences on how the holiday period will be done. Mark, do you have anything to add on that one? It's included in the baseline forecast based on previous years.
Yes, sorry, I can confirm that, Councillor. So the forecast that we've projected for December of this year includes an increase over and above the consumption in November. But I would also point out that the forecast also includes a substantive increase in both January and December, which is also observed in prior years.
Okay, and the sports fields. So I did contact Kirk from Community Facilities, and so the issue for a lack of irrigation on our sports turfs comes from some of the cracking, so the clay in the subsoil cracks, then the sand subbase below the turf falls into the cracks, creates holes, and then creates a hazardous turf for people to run on. So when a turf has been exposed to that type of cracking through a lack of irrigation, if you completely redo the turf, it's about $60,000 to $100,000 per sports field. Under the constrained budgets this year, because a lot of our turf suffered over last summer, it was the driest summer we've had, they've done patch-ups, so they've filled sand into where those cracks are as I guess, a temporary fix. And repairing those turfs in the long term will be required for investment in the long-term plan eventually. I haven't got the figures for what that forecast is across the region right now, but this is the operational issues that they'll be looking to develop that forecast. But I can confirm that the Community Facilities team, in preparation for this summer, has undertaken a whole lot of measures. We described some of them in the report, but using wetting agents on the sports field so that the water that does apply lasts longer. They've also investing in new bore sites for irrigating the sports fields with groundwater for the summer, as well as soil moisture sensors on a lot of the automated irrigation. So the soil moisture sensors, you can irrigate now and under level 1 restrictions going forward with the adjustments if you have those kind of sensors and controlled irrigation systems.
My supplementary is to Watercare, and that's, so in the report, Watercare has set the target of achieving 75% dam water storage levels by the 1st of November. I'm assuming that that underpins the strategy for being able to lift the restrictions today. Watercare's recommendations of residential and commercial. So, and the Mayor's indicated that the rain's not looking to flash, and that's going to be pretty hard to achieve based on what we've been experiencing. So what confidence can we have that that target can be achieved to enable the lifting of the restrictions?
It's Mark Bourne here. I'm happy to respond to that question, if I may. I would draw councillors' attention to the chart that's provided in the paper at clause 33, and that provides an indication of the actual lake level storage in the past, and then provides a statistical forecast as to what future lake levels might be. The basis of that calculation is founded on actual lake levels as at 1 September. So if lake levels were to increase through to our target of 75% by 1 November, it would in effect increase the lake level storage forecast plots. So that information provides a conservative view of what lake level storage would be. So based on that statistical analysis, we're comfortable with what's being proposed in terms of effect on lake levels and the ability for Aucklanders to continue to have access to potable water.
Thanks, Mark. Can I just ask a supplementary to that? I mean, time will tell whether we reach it or not, and we'll know that by the time we have to make a decision, which is really important. And we all hope that we do reach it. But in that calculation, have you taken into account that weather patterns may have changed now, given the last 2 years' experience, because of climate change? Have you built any prediction around climate change into those calculations?
Climate change per se, or any new information within the past 2 years hasn't been built into this model. This model was developed jointly with Auckland University and engineering consultants firm and ourselves, and it utilises 120 years of actual rainfall record within our water supply catchment, so it's actual record in the catchments as opposed to in Auckland City, and then that rainfall record is then synthetically changed to produce 1,000 years of data. So climate change and the predictions of climate change going forward is the next iteration of the model and hasn't been included as yet. However, I would point out, though, that the statistical analysis includes a reliability factor of 99.9%, so 1,000-year reliability, which is indicated by the red line.
Thanks, Mark. It's just when you have 2 1 and 100-year droughts in a row, you start to wonder about probabilities. Okay, next question is Councillor Chris Darby.
No, I'll pass for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor John Watson. Are you there, John?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that delay. I'd just like to go to a part of the report, if that's okay, that's slightly different from this, and that's the one dealing with the effects on non-reticulated communities, which occur in points 39 to 40-something in our paper. And I'm just really seeking a little bit of assurance here in terms of the solutions or responses, if you like, to conceivably, another another dry spell. And it really goes to how effective they might be on the ground if they're rolled out. So the first one about encouraging people to install further tank capacity, and these are targeted communications we're talking about here. Just really asking what form those communications will be. I mean, do we have a rough order of price now? Do we have excess tank capacities only of use, of course, if you get enough rain for your existing tank to fill over. So, and I'm just thinking in terms of these immediate months coming up, that seems a little hopeful to me that we might get those sort of events over that period. So what's the form of the targeted communication in terms of that extra tank capacity then to these unreticulated communities?
Yes, I can answer that. There will be a notice going out in the November rates bill. It's quite hard for us to send a specific letter out to people with rain tanks because we don't actually have a database of all of those residents. And there are other issues that, whilst, as we found when we tried to send out letters to all the people we thought had septic tanks, sometimes the letter goes to the owner, not to the resident, and it is the resident that we're targeting in terms of the behaviours that we want on the property. So yes, so there'll be a notice going out in the November rates release to all Aucklanders that will capture the people on rain tanks and be targeting them specifically. And it's not just encouraging them to get another rain tank if they can, but really to book early with their water carrier, make sure that they monitor their tank and they've maintained their gutters and their levels of their existing tanks. Those key messages are really important. We're also investigating getting bore water supplies up and running close to the high density communities where the unreticulated communities are. However, we're trying to follow the model that we rolled out on Waiheke Island. So Waiheke Island don't have a municipal network to provide the insurance for their water supply. They got a real scare in 2017 when a lot of people ran out of water and the water carriers couldn't keep up with the demand. In the following year, and for the drought that we had last summer, it was just as severe on Waiheke Island as it was on the mainland, but we didn't have the major issues of people running completely dry over there, partly because we got the messages out early, the water carriers got more organised, and they were able to manage those demands over a longer period. But we also had the welfare water stations set up at Onitangi Sports Ground and down near the ferry terminal. And we will be providing those welfare water facilities so that people always will have water if it's getting tight, but their key insurance is to book their refills early and monitor their consumption early.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor, if I may. And it goes to that limit at those welfare water stations, Andrew, of 20 litres per person per day. I'm hoping we're going to have a little bit more give and take in that if it comes to that. I mean, 20 litres a day is not even 3 toilet flushes, you know, in an average household. So I would suggest that 20 litres a day isn't going to go too far in a household, and I'm assuming there'll be a little bit of flexibility there if we get to that.
I was going to say, of course, 20 litres a day is a guide, but we're very relaxed about people coming and filling up. The people we turned away were those turning up with a very large tank on a trailer because we couldn't keep refilling the tanks fast enough if people turned up taking that kind of volume. But whether it was a 20-litre container, 30-litre container, we were quite relaxed. It is very much the last resort.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Pippa Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who's worked on this. I have a couple of questions. One is just probably more of a clarification around the decision that we're making. And apologies if this is really obvious from the report, but by changing the restrictions, so we're deleting the words or water blaster, we're saying that water blasters are going to be allowed. So that's a change. Because when I look at the table 3, it doesn't say that that is the change. It says the recommended option is to enable handheld hose use with a handheld trigger nozzle, but it doesn't say to enable water blast use. So is that kind of a oversight or?
Water blasters all have a trigger nozzle. So
Right,
they fall under the definition of a hose with a trigger nozzle, albeit a high pressure hose.
Great. I'm glad you clarified that because I was doing a word searcher on blaster and I couldn't see where that had been picked up. The second question the Mayor has asked around, this is a question to Watercare, around the gap in the modelling, and this is at paragraph 35, and I think the Mayor's already asked that, and it's been confirmed that climate change has not been included in the modelling, and that's recognised by Watercare as a gap. So I'm just curious why that's not highlighted when we look at the climate impact statement at, find the paragraph. I would have thought that that would need to be highlighted as an issue.
That's an oversight on my part, and I apologise for that. Yeah.
That's okay, and I forgive you for not knowing the name of Auckland's climate plan as well. But, you know, it's a brand new plan. We've all got to get on board for that it's actually Auckland's Tarukia Tawhiri, Auckland's climate plan. And I think I might have also mangled it then, so all forgiven.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, there was a question to Watercare there.
The question to Watercare, again, to
correct.
the extent that it hasn't been answered, Mark, is it you?
My apologies, Councillor. Can you repeat the question?
Well, I think it was just confirmation that Watercare has acknowledged that it's a gap in your modelling. It's not spelt out in the report, it's just not mentioned that climate change needs to be in the modelling. The Mayor did ask the question, but it wasn't picked up in the climate impact statement. So I just wanted to make sure we're joining the dots and that work is going to get underway.
My apologies. Yes, certainly I can confirm that the basis of our integrated source management model is historic in terms of actual rainfall record, and what the next development of that model will be picking up the work that both Watercare and Council have jointly done in identifying the potential impacts of climate change, so it becomes more of a forward forecasting model rather than based on historic information.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark. That's really helpful. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And following on from John Watson's comments, Andrew, about the unreticulated communities, acknowledge the work that Healthy Waters did last year with the emergency provision, but also with the bulk tanker work. I just want to make it very, very clear that this coming season, if we have to use those bulk tankers again, the carriers will be paying for the water they receive. It will not be a free service. So the end consumers will end up paying a bit more for their water than what they would under normal circumstances. Is that correct?
That is correct. We, under an emergency, we funded the milk tanker service $1.4 million last summer. It was unbudgeted expenditure. We simply don't have the headroom to provide that under the emergency budget. So if we get a very prolonged drought again and that kind of service is warranted, it'll have to be on a user pays basis.
Thank you. I'll make sure it's very clear publicly.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to go back to the integrated source management model for a moment, just to confirm. So my understanding, based on what has been articulated today that the integrated source management model is a longitudinal rain data series with a 99.9% reliability. That's correct?
I'll defer that to you, Mark, if you can.
Sorry, correct, Councillor Newman. It has in effect 1,000 years of rainfall record within the model.
Okay, well, that's good, because that's a better model of longitudinal information than I think that I've seen at council so far. So, based on what you have provided there, your statistical analysis, which you've set out in the chart 1 of water supply forecasting, then the next step would have to be to add in the additional water that has been brought into service since August 2020, which we know we've got. That would be correct?
That is correct. So the way the model works is it runs through that 1,000 years of rainfall record, and then it also contains all of the sources of water. So as new sources of water are brought in, the model is updated to reflect that. So the model would preferentially draw down water from non-dam sources. So in other words, the increased capacity at Onehunga and the new bore expansions. Correct.
Okay, I think that's really, really important. I then we go back to para 31. So it says irregular contact with top commercial customers. We've got Fruitcore, Lion, Griffins, Chelsea Sugar, and Auckland Council. So those private providers, a lot of people in my ward work at those companies. I want their jobs to be saved. That's really important. But then I want to talk about Auckland Council, because we're going down to paras 65 and 66. 64 through to 66. 67, sorry. I mean, so if we look at Auckland Transport's concern about access to water for construction, because they would do a lot of construction over the spring and summer period. I don't know the total quantum of the work that will be required there. I'd like them to do a heck of a lot more work in the renewal space. But then we're dealing with the community facilities sports fields. We've got 850 sports fields. Would it be a reasonable would I be drawing a reasonable conclusion if I were to say that probably one of the single largest beneficiaries of the concession for the commercial sector here would be Auckland Council itself? That the benefit that we receive from being able to access water, and it won't just be the non-potable, it'll be the water, potable water that we use for our sports fields, we will be one of the single biggest beneficiaries of increase of providing for the concession to the commercial sector, and that we will enjoy that benefit, for good reasons, for our ability to irrigate our sports fields over the spring and summer period. Would that be fair?
I'd probably qualify it. We do get some benefit for some of the watering. Most of the watering is not done with handheld hoses. A lot of the irrigation systems are automated irrigation systems, and where we put in the soil moisture sensors, they are enabled under the current level of restrictions. The area of probably key benefit is around cricket pitches that do get that kind of hand watering. So we get to protect those cricket pitches and those areas that require hand watering. But I wouldn't say it's the majority of our irrigation water use.
Perhaps if I can just add something just additional. So our current water consumption, Auckland Council's water consumption is down around 30%. So we've been working hard to achieve those reductions. We're also working with Watercare around the reuse of wastewater. So wastewater from their treatment plant. So we're looking to have a pilot system on the North Shore around the Rosedale treatment plant operational, and we've also been looking to and developing bores, stormwater retention ponds and so forth within our parks. So over time, Council will reduce its reliance on potable water, but we are a big user, and it will take some time to implement that.
Yeah, look, I mean, firstly, I mean, I'm a cricket tragic. Two, in cricket, I was a batsman, so I don't like fancy wickets, but I absolutely understand the need to have wickets. The point being that it's quite a hard sell for me to go and tell my constituents, I mean, this will be more of a comment later, about the need for them to continue to conserve and for us to restrict them. But actually, when you look at some of the biggest users, council itself is one of the biggest users, notwithstanding our very good efforts to move from potable to non-potable water. So the consumption, some of the consumption benefit here will be for Auckland Council as part of a move to provide for a differential approach between the commercial and the residential sector. That would be fair?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that figure of 30%. Would that make, if I throw in a supplementary here, would that make Auckland Council probably the biggest saver of any of the big users?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I don't know if, Mark, you've got any information about some of the other larger users around Auckland?
Yes, I can answer that. I mean, as Auckland Council is our second biggest customer, but they are also one of the largest contributor to the savings that are being made across Auckland.
Yeah, so I think that makes us all a little bit more comfortable that we're not trying to rort the system to suit us as against the people we represent. That's very helpful. Councillor Richard Hills.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm sorry the neighbour seems to be screwing some bolts into the fence. So if you hear that, that's what that is. For me, I kind of understand, yeah, it's about saving jobs with the water blasters. I do have concern around, someone looking at their neighbour will have a private company water blasting and they can't do the same. But I'm more concerned in general if there is a push to release everything today, and I'm not sure that's where people are going, but and then having to go on much harder restrictions. So my question is to whoever wants to answer it, what level were our dams sitting at? And I actually know the answer, but just in case for anyone who can't read our report, what were our dams sitting at this time last year before we had to go to restrictions?
Can you answer that, Mark?
Yes. So at the end of winter last year, dam levels were at 89% before the summer commenced.
Yeah. So we're 20% behind already. My other concern is it true that without restrictions, even with billboards, even with radio advertising, even with Ravine on almost every news show in the Mayor too for February, March and April, we were still using 480 litres per day in April?
I'm just confirming the number, the volume in April. The average in April would have been probably around about, certainly ranged during the peak of April was 480 million litres, and the minimum amount consumed in April was 435 million litres. So probably something in the order of about 450 million litres over the course of the month. But I think the important thing is what our expectation in April was. We expected consumption to be about 460 million litres, and the average over the month, as I say, was probably about that 450. At the end of April, consumption had got down to 440 million litres.
Yeah. And so we have, how much we have by December? Isn't it 40 million litres extra. But how much are we going to expect Aucklanders to be saving in summer compared to we were doing 580 litres a day some days in December, January?
So the peak month for consumption is typically February, and the average consumption last February, the peak day was the 560, as you've correctly pointed out, but the average through February was close to about 540 million litres. What the modelling that we've done and the analysis and our expectation is that consumption will be less than 510 million litres. So we're looking to reduce demand in the peak of summer by 30 million litres per day. And as you pointed out, we will have an additional 40 million litres of water per day coming into supply by then.
Okay, and I guess my other question is, so if your modelling technically doesn't consider climate change, but we had Ravine all over the media earlier on this year basically saying we're a bit surprised by this drought of a 1 in 200 year drought, what if we get, as the Mayor said, our second 1 in 200 year drought while we're starting 20% behind going into summer? And we're wanting people to cut back further.
My apologies for over speaking you there.
No, it's fine.
I just draw Councillor's attention to chart 1 that's provided in the paper, and whilst our integrated source management model doesn't specifically allow for climate change, which is a future-focused activity, and the model is based on historic rainfall record, the red line that's indicated in there is the equivalent of a 1 in 1,000 year drought. So if we had successive 1 in 100 or 1 in 200 year droughts, 2 years in a row, that's what the dots represent. So the black square, which hopefully is people can see on their hard copy paper, represents where lake levels would be if a 1 in 200 year drought started from the 1st of September. If it was a 1 in 100 year drought, it's the red diamond, and that indicates where lake levels would be.
Okay, so considering we were up in the 90s in December and we were still at 75 in January, if we have the same sort of rainfall again, even with all the predictions, if they're even worse, does that mean that we would be sitting in sort of 25-30% full in April when we had to put on restriction? I'm just, we got a lot of criticism for not predicting and not planning, and it sort of feels like we're in a worse position going into summer, and we're thinking of removing restrictions which could drive us into. So I guess what happens what is the planning for January if suddenly we are well over our usage and the dam levels are well below where we hoped? What would we do in January, February?
So just once again, I guess I'm speaking to the chart that's provided in the report, and the big difference is going into summer this year, whilst lake levels will be lower than they were last year, there is 3 things that are very different from last year. The first is we are proposing to maintain restrictions in place throughout summer. Maintaining those restrictions will curb that very high level of demand, whatever form those restrictions are in. The second is there is additional water that will be into supply by Christmas, so that additional 40 million litres of water will mean lake storage levels will also reduce further than they would have done if that water wasn't available. And the third, whilst yes, there is still some uncertainty about what the actual weather is going to be, the current forecast is a different forecast from the forecast last year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all very helpful. Councillor Efeso Collins.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Can I just touch, I think this is a water care question. Can I just come back to, I've appreciated the questions that have been asked by both the Mayor and Councillor Hills just now. Can I just on the integrated, what do you call it? The integrated source management model, can you confirm that that's a model that has been in place for close to 20 years. I'm reading an article at the moment that was written by Dr. Deborah Cornby of Watercare Services Limited, and I think with the date, I'm trying to find the dates of this this paper that Dr. Cornby has written, and I'm guessing it's around 2000, 2001, and makes reference to your system then. So has that been an integrated system that's been in operation for close to 20 years?
This model has been. We actually had a model prepared before that as well. So the water supply system in Auckland prior to the Waikato River was made up of the 10 dams spread around the region, and in operating those dams conjunctively, so imagining we operate all dams as if there was a single dam, actually increases the water available. So we've always had a model, when I say always, certainly for the past 30, 35 years, always had I'll use the term sophisticated computer model to aid us in decision making as to where we draw water from. And the purpose of the model is to maximise the output from those dams.
Yeah, no, I completely accept that, and the article says that as well. But that said, the fact that in the last 20 years, or however long it's been, the model hasn't been adjusted to a degree for climate change, and there was reference earlier from Councillor Newman around the reliability of the model and its high percentage of reliability. Would you say that level of reliability can be sustained in a model that's, 20, 30 years old and hasn't been adjusted in its formula for climate change?
So the model is adjusted in effect continuously. So each year that passes since the model is built provides more data. And so each summer that we get, or each winter that we get, each drought event or each flood event provides additional information for the model. So the model is continuing to be developed. I guess my comment around climate change specifically is trying to anticipate what the future looks like in 20, 30 and 40 years' time. And is that going to change the veracity of the droughts that are currently inbuilt into the model?
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you. And just the last kind of one question, Mr. Mayor, in relation to points 47 through 50 of the report, it talks about kind of the communications that's been ongoing, but in the table that's provided where it's been recommended to the governing body to go with option B, one of the points that's raised in the disadvantages is communications are more complex. I would be interested in some feedback from the officers, and I'm not sure who, as to how well they believe the communications has been delivered to Aucklanders, given the comments Councillor Hills just said too about the CEO of Watercare being on lots of programs and talking about the water crisis we're going through at the moment. But given that the communications is going to be complex, which is in the report, and that in point 50 it talks about, I think it's 50 or 49, it talks about that they are looking at a paid media campaign kind of profile that's being investigated. I'm just wondering how they would see how successful the communications plan has been to date.
Perhaps if I can start that, and perhaps Marlon, you might be able to contribute to this. But certainly I think if you look at the outcome of, in terms of water consumption, the communications campaign has been successful to date. The issue of complexity looking forward was really associated with some of the matters which councillors have raised today, and that we are looking to reduce the level of or change the level of restrictions associated with commercial use and delay that for residential. And so there was it becomes a little more complicated. A simple message will need to be modified to reflect that distribution. But I don't know, Marlon, do you want to comment on the communications plan so far?
Yes, Ian, thanks. Just to add to that, I think if we look at the savings that have been achieved over the period, and we talk about the 4 billion litres of water that have been saved by Aucklanders over the last 6 months, I think the campaign itself has been a reasonable success in what we've tried to achieve, and that's further accentuated by the fact that 98% of those that have been surveyed through this process know it is important to save water right now, as well as the fact that we've had this strong uptake on those who now take shorter showers. At 62% of those that we've done surveys around the awareness of what this is. A key point, though, that I'd like to make is some of the stuff isn't visible, which is the high level of face-to-face engagements that we've had with our commercial customers, and particularly our larger commercial customers, because they've also made a significant contribution to the savings that we're talking about in relation to how we've managed to get to where we are today.
I can perhaps add to that. I know Auckland Council, being a large user, and myself, along with others within Auckland Council, have been sitting down with the water care officers. We've introduced new meters. We're able to track our progress, and we're just an illustration of what water care and the major users have been doing right across the city.
Thank you. Councillor Greg Sayers.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. A great paper, a lot of work's gone into it. My questions relates to clause 43, and I'm very pleased to see that clause in there that, and the Deputy Mayor alluded to it as well. If the worst case scenario, we might not have a legal obligation to get water out to people who aren't on the metropolitan supply, but we certainly have a moral one. So I'm very pleased to see that there. The user pays aspect of that, yes, that's I could certainly endorse that. But my questions are, there's two. One is around probably, if we need to use these bulk tankers as a last resort. I assume that goes back to the risk of the bores, particularly not being in place in time to supply these tankers with potable water. So I'll give both questions. The first one is around, is there any comment from the officers around the risks, could be consenting, whatever, to get these bores in place? Are there risks there? And secondly, have the bulk milk tanker firms that we may need to commission, have they had any type of preliminary heads up given to them, just that we may need to call on them in the case of an emergency, Your Worship? Thank you.
I can certainly answer those questions, Councillor Sayers. Firstly, I'll start with the last one. Dines Transport was the company that we used for the milk tankers. We're actually using them for the non-potable water, so their commission hasn't really stopped, and they also provide those very large, they call them LSM storage tanks that are there to taking water from Western Springs and filling up those tanks and then supplying it to the construction sector. So we've been in closely working with them. In relation to the bores that we're investigating, each site's different, but the key things that we need from those bores are yield. They've got to be a decent bore, well over 100 cubic metres a day, to give the amount of water we need. Then water needs to be of fairly good quality, because if it's too dirty, it'll cost too much to treat it to a standard that can be used in rain tanks. And thirdly, it has to be in the right location. The whole purpose of the milk tanker system was to remove the travel time from the private carriers. So Beachlands is a good example where there's a large community there that are on rain tanks, but it's a 30-minute drive one way to the nearest filling station in Otara. So by setting up the milk tankers, the private carriers can fill up twice, 3 times the number of rain tanks in a day. So we're looking at a couple of opportunities. There's a community facility at Te Puru Park that has a decent yielding bore, but the one that we're really hoping can get off the ground, the quarry that's privately owned, they are prepared to underwrite the cost of developing the bore and the treatment plant associated with it, but they do require a consent. The consent is to do with truck movements, operations of the quarry and those kind of things. To aid them, we've written a letter of support of their consent application on the grounds that it's providing a public good for the community to have that water source available, and we also feel that the vehicle movements will be reduced. So that's the kind of thing that we're doing. And each site around the region that is close to these communities have got their own particular issues. So yeah, we are working very hard, but we can't guarantee that we'll have those bores up and ready until a bit further on through the year.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers, and I think the point that you've made, and Councillor Watson, Deputy Mayor Cashmore and myself, is that we don't have a legal obligation to supply, but none of us want to contemplate a large section of our community this summer, if we have a continuing drought, people not having access to the basic necessity. They'll have the emergency water to drink, but they also need to flush their toilets. They also need to have showers. So I think we are the provider of last resort. But having told people they should increase their tank storage, if they want us to do that, then we will look at recovering the cost of providing that service. We've got 2 last questions, and then we'll get into the debate, if we can do that before we eat. The next question is from Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for this report. I just wanted to know, given what we know and what we've experienced, and without any of you responding to me with ifs, is it fair to say that water shortages are the new norm?
Yes, I would say the effects of climate. I'm one of, and I think this was covered somewhat in the workshop that you had on the water strategy earlier in the week, but it should probably be expected that summertime unconstrained water use every summer in Auckland is something that we have to change. We shouldn't be able to have the idea that we've got an infinite amount of this resource available to us in every summer. So yes, I think water restrictions should be, summer water restrictions at the very least, should be part of the new normal.
Okay, thank you.
That was a straight answer and a courageous one. Yeah, last question, Councillor Desley Simpson.
Well, thanks, Your Worship, and it's good that I'm following that one, because my question, I have 2 quick questions, and for a number of people, the general rates increase from 2.5% to 3.5% was to mitigate our water supply issues. So if we've increased that supply from the Waikato, if we have upgraded the Waikato water treatment plant, if Hickey's bore is on track for October and Papakura Hayes Creek Dam is on track for December and Onehunga for December. When I was going to ask, when do you think we will get to a stage where we haven't got water restrictions? But I think the answer, and I've just heard Josephine's answer. So we've spent all this money and done all this stuff. When are we going to get out of jail? And my second question is, what other cities in New Zealand have summer water restrictions, and are we one of the few that don't?
I'll probably let Mark answer that one, but we will be having summer water, some form of restrictions all summer this summer. But the addition of those supplies and the investment that councillors have authorised actually makes the option of enabling the adjustments that we're talking today possible. So that's what you get for the investment, is the relief to those small businesses and the ability for homeowners, hopefully in December, to be able to use that water outside. But Mark, you might be able to answer the second part of Councillor Simpson's question.
Certainly. So Auckland's been in a very fortunate position insofar as our water supply system has been very resilient over the past 25 years. But it's certainly not an uncommon occurrence for water restrictions to be put in place around New Zealand over the summer months. So our nearest two cities, Hamilton to the south and Whangarei to the north, both have regular water restrictions over the summer period. In fact, Wellington will be imposing their summer restrictions as daylight saving comes in. So certainly not unusual.
So you don't foresee, even with all our investment, residential water restrictions going away in the future?
I think so. I guess just to clarify my points, I think it's about that summertime water use and responsible summertime water use. So we need to probably move from a totally unrestricted and not valuing that water to putting in pragmatic restrictions every summer to curb those 580 million litre days, that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, the biggest part of the money we put aside, Dearsley, the 145 million for the Tuakau water treatment plant, that won't come into effect until next winter. But I don't think we're in jail. We're in a very mild form of home detention at the moment. Jail is when you have to actually, stop companies from operating the normal working week because we've run out of water. And that was a big fear that we had, as all of us will recall, back in May. So what we've done in saving water and what we've done in increasing the supply actually has kept us at a situation that is far more acceptable, but still an irritant. And hopefully, if we get the rain and the storage levels go up, we can ease that too by the end of November. I've got two more questions. Councillor Shane Henderson.
Sorry, and I originally took myself off the list, but after hearing one of the answers, I thought I actually would ask the question I was going to. So it's an extension of Councillor Dalton's excellent question on sports fields. And just briefly, our sports clubs are doing it bloody tough coming out of COVID, and that's having huge effects on the community. So two-parter. Do you have an insight into the consequences on the sports sector for the proposed restrictions outlined in the resolution? And second question, if water restrictions are the new norm, and I suggest they will be, how are you working with sports clubs on water issues?
Okay, perhaps I'll respond to that. In terms of if restrictions do become the new norm, we will need to work with sports clubs, but it's also tied in with looking for alternative forms of water. So we are actively, at the moment, the vast majority of our sports fields are irrigated using potable water. So the view is in the future, and that's not going to be possible. We need to move away from that option. So there's bores, stormwater detention ponds, there's a variety of other uses, and as I indicated earlier, we're looking, for example, to perhaps trial reuse of wastewater on some sports grounds on the shore adjacent to the sewage treatment plant. But there's no doubt we will need to work with sports organisations. We're not alone. Australia has some great experience that we need to hook into and understand. And certainly that's a great sporting nation, so they've overcome it, and we need to do the same. The second was around the impact, the immediate impact for next summer on our on sporting community sport across the city. So at the moment, many of our sports fields are being irrigated, and that's because we have available quite sophisticated soil moisture testing and so forth that allows us to use minimal water, and we have been doing that all the way through. We've also been using non-potable water as well for those sports grounds that are not subject to irrigation. But we're actively looking to ensure that those sports fields are available, and we will need to look at perhaps tankering in water, that type of thing, in order to ensure that that takes place.
Thank you. And this time the last question, Councillor Wayne Walker. Wayne, if you take your chance, or we're going to move right on. You there, Councillor Walker? Okay. Have you got your microphone on, councillor? I think we've lost him. So I think we'll move on now to comments, and we've already got a list starting off with comments. And the first comment is Councillor Angela Dalton.
I was changing my comments. Yes, I do. Look, I want to begin by thanking Aucklanders for the huge effort that they've made in achieving the savings over this year. And it's been through the most challenging of times with COVID lockdowns. We've been at home, potentially able to use more water, but Aucklanders really rose to the challenge. And they've succeeded in being one of the best, if not the best, cities in New Zealand in terms of water conservation during lockdown. I think we should give Aucklanders credit for being able to move in and out of restrictions as well, because it's become our new norm under COVID. And perhaps what we need to do is follow the example of the government and use the same languaging of moving between alert levels, because this is something that we need to live with now, perhaps needs to be part of our comm strategy. I know many people who rely on their gardens as a food source, particularly in the south and the west, I'm sure, but they also rely on them as a form of therapy. And my mum's one of those, you know, it's a way to keep connected and balanced when things are not going so well, or even just on a daily basis to find their tranquility and calm. And so the current water restrictions have been tough on them. And Councillor Alf somewhat alluded to the barrier our communities have in purchasing water blasting services and the benefit that they gain from being able to grow their own vegetables. So I do have some sympathy for the residential recommendations from Watercare when I think about those people. I'd like to also acknowledge the businesses who have implemented the improvements that have resulted in such great savings, and the report has listed some of them. The 20% savings, or up to, from Frucor, Lion, Griffins, Chelsea Sugar, and Auckland Council at an amazing 30% savings is showing great leadership and good relationships and understanding between those organisations and council and Watercare. I think that's a real credit to them, especially the commercial operators who have had to continue on these stricter restrictions. It's put a huge amount of stress on their businesses and on their workers, up to 1,000 people, disproportionately so. And so today I will be supporting the lifting of water restrictions so they continue to work to full capacity. Auckland's Emergency Committee resolved on the 7th of May 2020 that the restrictions would remain in place until it was satisfied, based on the advice from Watercare, that it was appropriate to lift water level restrictions and that there no longer be a risk to the adequate supply of drinking water. And we've been presented with recommendations from Watercare. And I'm satisfied with the advice from Watercare. And I've been encouraged and certainly more informed by the many, many workshops that we've been holding together recently. I was particularly impressed by the workshop we had on Monday and the contestable and informative contributions of the Watercare board and management team. And I have confidence in their advice on lifting the restrictions. Just back to the fields, and it is more of an LTP discussion. It's not necessarily about the discussion today around lifting the restrictions, but we have to continue to keep in mind what is going to be put into our long-term plan. So 850 sports fields across our network is significant. And we need to ensure that we do what we need to do to maintain the integrity and quality of our field services. So some work has been done. I've read that in the report. Council community facilities are working really hard to do their best to make sure that our fields are looked after. But like everything else that we're talking about, there is a climate change impact, and it must be funded into the LTP, and it must be funded as our business as usual now is to respond to climate change in everything that we do. And these fields are impacted. They have been impacted by not having the level of investment they should have been having up to this point, and now it's worse. And so let's make sure we get that right as we go into the long-term plan, because those renewals are weak at the moment. So my position is that I sit in support of the continuance of the 5% savings over summer. And I think it is right that we look at this is how it's going to be forever. We should have restrictions during summer. And the adjustments as recommended by Watercare to the stage 1 water use restrictions. And just thank you again to the Aucklanders for letting this happen, because they've made the savings that we can have this conversation today. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Al Filipaina.
Thank you, Your Worship, and also thank you to the team who's presented. Angela's covered most of what I wanted to say, so I'm not going to go over what Angela has said. And what I do, however, acknowledge the work that Rod Sheridan and his team have done, who I've contacted over the last few months around our parks, Your Worship. But look, I do, however, wanted to speak further on the questions that I posed around our low socioeconomic areas, but also the people in them. And I know that there are renters, that the majority of people in the ward that both Councillor Collins and I represent, and obviously others, that the majority are renters. But in particular, Your Worship, I just wanted to sort of speak on the house and the water blasting of, and as well as the decks. I ended up speaking to the people at Exterior Cleaning Industry Association. I just wanted to get some clarification, in particular of what we were presented when it was put to us that 0.07% was the use that they had. But I got my question, I got the answer to my question of clarification, and that was, what would the industry, the water blasting industry that the Exterior Cleaning Industry Association represent, how much water would they use? And the answer I got back was 0.035. Half of what we were told, because the figure we had with 0.07 was all the commercial entities using the water. So, Your Worship, I definitely will be supporting the changes, and only E, I will not be supporting G, which excludes the residential areas. I think that after speaking to the sector and knowing that with the photos I saw, that the mould, the moss, the algae will deteriorate the houses, the paintwork, the decks. It then becomes, I believe, a health issue on the decks in regards to people slipping because they haven't had the opportunity to do it. As Angela said just previously, Your Worship, about number 3 in our report around the Aucklanders have responded well to the restrictions. I believe that we need that they need to be trusted again. And I believe they should not be excluded in regards to the recommendations we have there. But Your Worship, like I said, I will be, Sandra, if you could note my opposition to G against excluding the residential homes, that would be great. So, Your Worship, that's where my thoughts are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's been noted, and of course, just a month after it's lifted on commercial, there will be a chance to re-examine whether we're able to lift the residential restrictions as well, and that will depend on the evidence given to us. We now have Councillor Daniel Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. And can I request, Sandra, that my a similar vote for me on G, I will be, I'd like to have my vote recorded against G as per what Councillor Filipaina has requested. If I could please have my vote recorded against that as well. Your Worship, the great thing about a longitudinal study is that it gets better over time. And so with each year of information that we have in relation to the outcome for the year in terms of rainfall, the integrated source management model that Watercare applies is better informed. And what we have is an ISMM with a 99.9% reliability. I don't know anyone else who has a better model, frankly. And so I am comfortable with the information that I have from Watercare. I'm also comfortable with the additional water sources that are coming into service over the financial year. Now, the chair of the Board of Watercare is under no illusions as to what my thoughts are in relation to Hayes Creek and the timing of other changes. She has seen my comments. I have spoken to her. I've spoken to Watercare officers. I've spoken to officers about the timing of some of these investments. But the reality is now those additional water sources are coming in this financial year. That sits alongside the sacrifices that Aucklanders have made and which it appears they will continue to make. The challenge here is that we're going to be treating different customers differently according to residential or commercial use. And my view is that I have become concerned that my constituents and Aucklanders in general are feeling increasingly like they do all the heavy lifting. They do the heavy lifting and the infrastructure continues to grind and fail, whether it be the Takanini off-ramp, whether it be our water supply, whether it be the Auckland Harbour Bridge. Aucklanders suffer more. The cost of living in Auckland goes up and up and up, and still we will require them to make greater sacrifices, bake in those sacrifices as permanent sacrifices in summer. But when you listen to the information that has been provided and you look at the ISMM, I'm comfortable actually that we can provide some concession. It's not a large concession, but it is some concession for our residential customers. Your Worship, the other thing I want to note, yes, I accept the challenge of the unpredictability on the future around the issue of climate change and the consequences of climate change, whatever that may be in terms of supply and the need to restrict water usage. But it's not just about climate change. Actually, the one thing that we know has changed in recent years is population growth. Our council has been very permissive in accommodating all the growth, huge demand as a result of that growth on the supply of water, potable water, and that has been the thing more than anything else that has squeezed the capacity of Watercare to provide for potable water to households. So I think that the two things that we can absolutely agree on is the longitudinal information that informs the ISMM, and we can agree on the growth because the growth has occurred, and to ask one group of Aucklanders to make a continued sacrifice so that another group of Auckland customers can enjoy a concession, including Auckland Council, which is one of the biggest water users, I think is tough. So I agree with the recommendations, with the exception being G, and if my vote can be recorded against, I'd be grateful.
Thank you. Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I think earlier on the piece, one of the officers said that we were taking a cautious approach. I think we're taking a very cautious approach, and I don't think that that's always a bad thing, but I think that we do have to recognise some of the power of the information that we've received in terms of the success in cutting consumption, the additional supplies that are coming on, and the long-term weather forecast, albeit that's uncertain. As Councillor Dalton said, Aucklanders have responded really well. I mean, if we just look at this last month of August, for instance, had a target of 405 megalitres per day, and that was achieved down to 370 during that month there. If we look at the overall savings, since May, I think there was up about 2.6 billion litres since the restrictions were in force. So Aucklanders have been responding really well, as indeed have we, Mr. Mayor, yourself, and Watercare itself, in terms of the projects that will be coming online, the additional 40 million litres a day by Christmas, and then a further 66 expected by mid-2021. So they're very encouraging, as indeed is the response of Watercare to its attempt to reduce the leak and pressure reduction program. So by July next year, for instance, 6,000 kilometres of the pipe will be checked, and that's almost 2/3 of our network. So I think there's been a lot that's happened in a relatively short space of time, and that the people involved in that deserve some due recognition. I think that the recommendations that we got earlier in the week were perhaps I was going to say less cautious. They're not less cautious. They're perhaps more realistic in terms of the overall likelihood of how things are going to pan out over the summer, and they really move more towards a fairer and more even-handed approach in terms of the distinction between residential and commercial, and recognise that great response from Aucklanders, and really suggesting that Aucklanders should be rewarded for their efforts in that respect. But balancing that, and I think this is certainly where you're coming from, Mr. Mayor, is a need to remind people of the severity of the drought, its ongoing impact, and that's as important now as ever. So I guess when I weigh it all up, I thought there was an opportunity today to extend it to the residential users if we have to wait a couple of months before we make that assessment again. I don't think that's going to be disastrous in the overall scheme of things. I am very pleased that the efforts of the exterior cleaning industry, who employ a significant number of people, who have really gone out of their way to introduce best practice and to take a long-term water conservationist view, has been recognised, as indeed, as Councillor Filipaina said, as their relatively small use in the scheme of things. So that's the important outcome for today, and I certainly congratulate the leadership of Raveen Jadaram in dealing with that organisation and coming to this conclusion, as indeed with the performance of Watercare over these last few months. I think that's been reassuring, and certainly that was what emerged very clearly from the workshop that we got. So I guess on balance, Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting the recommendations because it does deal to this rather perverse outcome that was developing, whereby we were going to have the people who work in the exterior cleaning business conceivably driven out of business, and I don't think that's an exaggeration to say that was a cost, an outcome. They've been through sort of unparalleled pressure in terms of COVID-19, decline in demand, the additional costs that they've had to fork out for equipment and so forth. So I'm glad that there's some ability now that these restrictions will aid them. And I look forward to coming back to this in a couple of months' time and to perhaps securing that rather more even-handed response to our residents as well. And I'm reasonably confident that that's going to be the outcome, come the start of December or the end of November when we come to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all the staff and to Watercare for the information, the detailed data that was presented in this case. Mr. Mayor, I got a very salutary lesson last summer when I watched some of my constituents in Beachlands lining up with 20-litre buckets, containers, to take their water back. It's a settlement of 8,000 people that doesn't have a reticulated system. And those people were really grateful for work that Andrew Chidd and Healthy Waters did in supplying that water. And a couple of weeks later, the big tankers arrived and that enabled them to actually, the water delivery people, to do more deliveries a day to catch up on the massive backlog that was there because of the unprecedented circumstances that we faced at that time. Last Sunday, Mr. Mayor, I went to the top of the farm. You know where that is. You look over all of Auckland from up there, and the Hunua dams are literally just a hand's throw away. Our farm goes further into the Hunua Ranges than anyone else. So I got a really good idea how wet or dry it is up there. And in my 45 years of agricultural experience, I've never seen that country so dry. Never. We drove across it in a Land Cruiser 4x4, and you couldn't even see where we'd been. And I've never been up there in the winter before in a Land Cruiser. Often the farm bikes can't get up there. And we drove up there in two-wheel drive. I might admit they was subconscious, so I just didn't feel a need to put it into four-wheel drive. I never sort of had that sort of panic moment when you start to slide back because it was that dry. So we must take a precautionary approach. And there are other solutions for residential people for cleaning verandas. And I had the misfortune to live in a 1904 villa. It's got these verandas all the way around it. I don't water blast those, we'll end up painting every 5 minutes. So I use a lemon-based natural solution in a bucket and a mop. You put it on and you mop it off, and it cleans off the mould and slime and gunge perfectly well. So it's a good product and it's inexpensive. Precautionary approach means the residential people who use 70% of our water might have to wait another couple of months before they get it opened up for them. I think that is sound precautionary effects given how dry it is and our current dam levels. However, we have more supply coming on stream, and I must, Mr. Mayor, acknowledge you, but also the good people of Hamilton City Council, the Regional Council, the Waikato River Authority and Tainui, who gathered around us in our time of need and said, we will do what we can to help you. And thank you. Thank you, Russ Remington. Thank you, the chairs of the Regional Council and the District Council and the Hamilton City Council. Because in our time of need, they gave us some assistance. And they want us to carry on with our summer restrictions just like they have. And that's quite fair and inevitable that we should do that. We will relook at these results, where our dam level's at, what our new infrastructure delivery is actually doing. In late November, the governing body will have the data then. So we'll be able to make a call on residential decisions then. But I urge councillors, this drought is not over. It's 2 years going and living still. We must take precautionary figures, or you may see people in your street standing with 20 litres containers in urban streets lining up to get water. And that is a vision, believe you me, is quite shocking. So I urge you to think on that, on how you vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cashmore. And Councillor Wayne Walker. Hopefully we've got you this time, Councillor. We've got you online, Councillor, but we can't hear you. Can you check your mute button? I'll just give you a little bit and then we'll come back to you if need be. Okay, I'm sorry you're having those
Speaking
problems.
in favour of the recommendation?
I can hear you now, Councillor. Please make your contribution.
Sure. So I'm in support of the recommendation. Fundamentally, a number of things have changed since last year. Uppermost is the certainty of supply. So even given a circumstance where the dam levels may be down over summer, we're rapidly moving to a situation where a far greater percentage of our water is much more certain. The second factor is since last year, there have been fairly dramatic conservation efforts across some industries, and there can be more. And I'm assuming that that best practice is being locked in, and there'll be more of it. And then the other factor that I think is significant is that Watercare and Auckland Council know that we can make even more savings through the installation of smart meters, through more best practice that can go across a range of industries. And in that respect, I'd just like to acknowledge the exterior cleaning industry who are leading the way in that respect. And I would hope that more of that follows. And we also know that there is a huge potential to tap into conservation, the installation of water tanks across properties. And I think that we're going to be well placed to weather any circumstance into the future if we can bring all of those things on. So against that background, I think it is entirely appropriate to ensure that jobs can stay in industries like exterior cleaning that would otherwise be affected, because why should they suffer when other industries aren't suffering because they can use water internally? So again, I would urge councillors to support the recommendations. They're pragmatic and they're sensible, and I hope they go through.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and we were pleased to get you online. Councillor Chris Darby.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, while I really appreciate the technical advice here, looking at this is really thorough, so thanks to Watercare and Healthy Waters and everybody else. As others have acknowledged also, I want to acknowledge Aucklanders for playing their part, and they play their part quite seriously. And I know that Aucklanders have gotten behind this campaign and responded well. Hamiltonians have gotten behind it as well. So thank you to the good people of the Waikato, and including Waikato Tainui, I do stress. And a lot of good work to augment that supply coming in coming months. But I understand the need to relax slightly the commercial restrictions. I'm, along with the Deputy Mayor, very much on the cautious side going forward here, very much. Probably to the point of being ultra cautious. And I would hope that all of us are, because there is one thing that is certain at the moment, is uncertainty. And it's with this, it's with COVID, it's with a lot of things that we're facing in Auckland. But around this particular issue, I remind members again, and while we've augmented supply through some great work that's been done by our various teams and politically with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor in negotiations with Hamilton, we are, as of today, still 22% behind where we were this time last year when we led into a drought. This time last year, we actually had a lot of rain. Right about now, we had a lot of rain. Today, one of the councillors said earlier, oh, it's raining. Today's rain turned out to be a drizzle. There was hardly any rain today. And while we've been having this meeting, I've been monitoring the Met Service forecast, and their forecast has gone from I think it was started out at about 8 millimetres forecast for generally Auckland, a little bit more for the Hunuas. It is now down to 4.6. So that's how things change so quickly. 5 millimetres is not enough to dampen your tea bag. It's very little. And at the moment, as the Deputy Mayor's just reminded us, we've got soil moisture deficits growing right now. So we're past 3 days. We're 3 days past the spring equinox. The sun's getting stronger, and the wind will come with that as well. And that dries it out a bit more, and the days are getting longer. So we're into the big dry period now. It's just the natural way of going that it turns up. So that is the reality of it. And I don't think we should forget that when we think about just striking out the G. I think Aucklanders are playing their part and will continue to play their part in the residential sector. They also are probably really supportive of making sure industries get going again and create employment and create a little bit of financial churn. That's what we need on the back of the COVID situation that we are still in. It's not going, we are still in it, and there's a long way to get out of it. So 22% today behind in our storage levels. That is a long way to go before we replenish those big dams in the Hunua, which are, you know, they're only just a little bit over half full at the moment. So my caution to members in striking out the G is think of the future. Think of the very near future. Think of this summer. Try to backcast. Put yourself in January and backcast and imagine what decisions were made prior to the arrival of this January, February, March, April. Remember, that's how long the drought was. May, in fact. So I'll support these relaxations, these very well-considered relaxations, Mayor, but to go any further at this time, it is a very high risk.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to acknowledge the Waikato River, the Mana Whenua, Tainui Regional, Waikato Regional Council, Hamilton City Council, for helping us because of the drought that we're experiencing in Auckland, and also acknowledge everyone that's been saving water because we're in this drought. I feel sorry for the Exterior Cleaning Industry Association that they have been unduly affected because of the position that we are in as a city. But I cannot support the lifting, amending restrictions because of, you know, the reports we're seeing that the lake levels are still below what's needed to alleviate any risk to adequate supply of drinking water. Can't really rely on the rainfall forecasts as we're in this drought because of the dry months. I don't think that the comms strategy will work to prevent runaway usage, because even though you say lifting, it's not lifting, it's amending. To me, that's semantics, and it'll be seen out there as making an exception for one group over everyone else. I take on board the assertion from our officers in question time that water shortages are the new normal. And I think with that comes adjustments that need to be made to life and, you know, what we can expect to be able to use water and how we use water. I don't mean to be negative, and I don't like giving a speech filled with a lot of can'ts and don'ts, but I don't feel Watercare has dealt with this drought with much urgency since, you know, the issues were first raised. Even councillors have also advocated to Watercare to use the word urgent, to use the word crisis in their comm strategy, which is why I don't have that faith that the comm strategy will be able to do what we're hoping it will do in terms of the runaway usage. But there still doesn't seem to be that sense of consistency in messaging that we are in a drought, that this is a crisis. The messages I look on social media, no hoses or water blasters, save 20 litres. So still not that sense of urgency. I think I'm not normally conservative, I don't think, but because we are in a crisis, I'm going to go with being conservative because I think it is justified to be worried and to be cautious. And cautious to me is not any kind of relaxation. I'm going to read this message I got from a constituent because I did what people told me not to do, which is read social media comments. But this comment was, it would be also a good start for you councillors to actually get the CCOs, which Watercare is a council-controlled organisation, to answer why they have let it get to this stage. So much for the super city saving money and being efficient. This is on you, Josephine. You wanted to be elected, you sorted out. So for me, I'm looking at the collective, I'm looking at being conservative. I want to make sure there is enough drinking water for all our communities, for everyone. So I'm not supporting relaxing any restrictions. I think we should carry on and keep the restrictions in place because we are not out of this drought and we can't rely on rain. So yeah, I think we have to be careful, and that's the way I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Desley Simpson.
Thanks, Your Worship. Look, I want to start by thanking you because, you were the one that got in your car with colleagues and went down to the Waikato and did the deal and actually helped our supply. And I think without that, we would have been really up the creek without a paddle. So I really want, I'm not very good at my analogies today, but I just really want to say, I think that's really, really important. So I want to say thank you. You did it first. It wasn't Watercare that did it. It was you. So thank you very much for that. But I also acknowledge that, spring is an interesting season, isn't it? And I acknowledge that we're going to have water restrictions all over summer. But I'm thinking about now, I am a little bit concerned. We've got one of the biggest supermarket chains in New Zealand, out there with their little gardeners packages and encourage people to plant and that will need watering. I would have liked to have given the residential ratepayer the opportunity to sensibly use water from their hose with a nozzle. I would have liked to have done that. And I don't think that everyone would have rushed out and every house in Auckland would have been water blasted by a homeowner. But I am a bit concerned that, we're doing one thing for one and not another. So those who can afford the water blasting to prepare their homes for summer and for the Christmas period, that can afford to get commercial operators to do it will do that. But those who can't won't. I would have liked to have seen J amended instead of by December to amended to the November 27th governing body meeting. But in essence, I'm speaking in support of the recommendations. I think we've got to a good place, and I support the recommendations and that Watercare have given us around that. It's just that I am a little bit worried about G. I would have loved to have had the opportunity to see if Aucklanders could have done a little bit voluntarily, noting that they have exceeded the target so far in savings of water, to actually know that they keep their showers short. They, may use the old batch scenario for not flush for number one in the sun, and maybe, but be able just to use a bit of, restriction around hose use with a nozzle. I would have liked to have seen that. So my vote on G is probably against, but everything else I'm very happy with, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Richard Hills.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. I can see where I feel this is going, and I have some serious concerns. I have concerns about the fairness too, but if the fairness has to be moved, my opinion is everything should be in December. My concern is then the complete and obvious presentation from the water blasters that they are such a small percentage of the take, and they are losing jobs and income at a time we can't lose jobs and income. I totally agree with Councillor Filipaina and others around the fairness to those residents who can't just afford a water blaster. But my issue is, I think the cost that we may put to all our residents is that we could, and we don't know, but we could end up in far greater restrictions if we jump into this too fast. And for those who say, that there is the 99.9%, or 99 point, anyway, very high chances that we'll be okay. Well, that is not why we just spent $224 million on emergency infrastructure. That is why the Watercare Asset Management Plan in 2017-18 and 18 did not include any of this infrastructure that we've suddenly needed. That is why we didn't ask the right questions, obviously, over the last few years to ensure we were protecting our water supply and that we knew that if we had a long drought like we've had, that we would have been ready. We weren't. Watercare wasn't. We had to spend $224 million during an emergency budget where we lost $500 million to ensure that we have more supply. My personal view would be for everyone who had to pay that extra rates and put the extra concern into our budget was because of the Watercare assets that we are building. Those aren't ready till December. So we're going to start things off and potentially, where I think some councillors are going, everyone will have a change in water access, basically, much sooner than those 10 to 15 litres extra are going to be available. And we are 20% behind, and we're going into summer with, we got up to 90% at Christmas. Our dams looked mighty fine during last summer, but then we very, very, very quickly drained them. And, it is a risk that happens again. Yes, people are more concerned about water and are doing an amazing job. Like, I've been so impressed, and it's been awesome to see everyone, the messages and comments that I get all over social media all the time of people's different ways they're saving water, and clearly on a citywide basis we're doing that. But if we do the same thing again, can you imagine what people are going to be like in March, April next year if we have to go into a serious restriction again, if we have the same sort of drought on top of what we've already got, even with that extra supply? So I'm worried. I think I'm going to have to oppose. If councillors are pushing to move everyone in October, then it's a super risk, especially with climate change, especially with the fact that we didn't, and for the last 2 weeks, we have hovered, but we've actually gone backwards. We went up 1% in the last month and have gone backwards. During COVID lockdown level 4, we were still at 480 million litres a day, even with most industry shut down. So imagine how much higher it could have been, much like those January levels of 580 million. So I'm just really worried that we're going to make a knee-jerk decision here and put our whole city at risk before we have all that extra supply on board that we asked people to contribute to a couple of months ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I've come to this one with a bit of a clouded mind and a lump in my throat. I literally had no idea how I was going to land, and have listened to my colleagues and to the advice and to the presentations very, very carefully to come to my view. Firstly, I want to point out the wise words of Councillor Filipaina, and to say, look, we, in my view, cannot create a distortion where we're lifting restrictions for one sector but keeping them for another. Frankly, coming from a ward like Waitakere, most of my residents can't afford to hire professional services. And I just don't think that's consistent and fair for people, really. But I really want to acknowledge the words of Councillor Bartley and also Deputy Mayor Cashmore to urge caution on this situation. I've always said, and I've said it a number of times around this table, that while the severity of the drought wasn't predictable, the drought itself was absolutely predictable. And my residents ask me about this all the time, just like they asked Councillor Bartley. And I would ask my colleagues, are we more likely or less likely to go into a drought next year? And the year after that, and the year after that? This is the reality of climate change, and we've received the advice today around that some level of water restrictions will become increasingly normal for Aucklanders. and therefore we just have to be cautious and very aware of the gravity of that opinion. It really weighs on me, but I do have to express it. Just like Councillor Bartley, I've been contacted a lot, particularly by Waitaku Rangers side of my ward, saying, how did we get to this position? We knew this was coming. They know rain up there, that's for sure. And they ask me, what have I done to put the pressure on and to make sure that people are accountable for those decisions, and that we're actually urgent and we're actually being as cautious as we can be. So I hope that with my vote, I will be able to answer those people. So my message basically to my colleagues and to everyone that might be following along is that Aucklanders have done so well to get to this point. They've made sacrifices, they have done a brilliant job. Now let's finish that job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Henderson. And the last speaker till I speak and reply is Councillor Chris Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I don't intend to repeat everything that has been said on both sides, but I would, like others, like to thank Aucklanders. I would like to thank yourself and Councillor Cashmore, and I'd like to thank all of the officers that have worked on this, and I certainly welcome the recommendations that are being put to us now, with the exception of G, and that's really why I wanted to speak very briefly. And it comes down to trust, that we've received advice from the Watercare Board. We've got quite a lot of information before us, and it really is one of, do we trust Aucklanders to be able to be responsive, as they've shown, I think, very successfully with COVID, or are they just going to indulge in runaway demand, and then it's all going to be doom and gloom? But, you know, the reality is that we do have more supply coming on stream. We do have this report today that can give us some measure of comfort. And for me, I have confidence in Watercare. I have confidence in the advice that they have given us. Interesting that the CCO review that you commissioned, Your Worship, spoke so highly of Watercare. And for that reason, I am willing to actually put my faith in Watercare today, and to put my faith in Aucklanders, that if we can enable them to be trusted to start to use a little more water in their gardens and so forth, that they're not going to go wild and crazy. And if the situation changes, that they can be trusted to understand the communications that we put to them. So yeah, it's the value judgment that I've made in terms of deciding to want to have a division on G is around that trust. And I do trust Aucklanders. I think they've shown considerable maturity right through this period, whether it's mothers with babies not having baby baths in the way that they have, or the way that we've cared for our gardens. But others spoke, and I don't want to repeat it, but the importance of gardening through this very difficult year that we've had. And right on Mental Health Week, you know, if you want to try and give encouragement to those that are struggling at the moment, it can be to get their fingers dirty and do a bit of gardening. And I think, without jeopardising anything, and I'm normally the first in terms of taking a precautionary approach to things, but I think we are taking a precautionary approach if we can trust Aucklanders, and I trust them. And so for that reason, I have requested a division on G, but welcome all of the other recommendations, and particularly welcome the opportunity for the commercial operators to be able to get on with the business of working and making a livelihood for their families. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And next speaker, Councillor Linda Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And certainly what I wanted to say when I first reserved my right to speak has changed. I do support these recommendations, and listening to everybody's got valid points. But I suppose where I come right down to it is, this is about striking a balance about being cautious, but at the same time giving some relief. This is not about business against residential. It's not trading that off for me. It's about holding off the highest users to wait a bit longer till we have a little bit more certainty. And I think that's really important. I do thank you, Mr. Mayor, but also I think it was Councillor Simpson that said it was you that went down south along with the Deputy Mayor. You did, but also Margaret Devlin of Watercare, the Watercare Chair, went with you and you worked together. And I want to acknowledge everybody in both organisations, of which we are all one family, have worked together so diligently and collaboratively over this whole time. So I think that's been a real win. Out of a bit of a crisis has come some really good work and relationship building, and I think that will stand us in good stead. I think we're right. We are going to face restrictions every summer. This is the reality of our changing climate, but it's also the reality of growth. We can build more infrastructure, but if it doesn't rain, that infrastructure doesn't get filled up. And so I support these recommendations and have moved them because I think that I'm concerned that if people vote against this totally, you will get a win for full open slather, because then that means that the residential right will open up. And I do think our community have done a massive job, but I think if you take that away, people will go, oh, thank goodness. Oh, I can just get back to business, do what I want to do. And I think people need guidance, and if they know what is expected of them, they'll do it. But if we don't have any restrictions, which fundamentally this will be, then we'll end up where we were before. And I'm very mindful of the fact that if we make a wrong decision today by opening up restrictions too quickly and too fully, it will come back on us, not on Watercare. Watercare have recommended that we are careful, and with our staff and Watercare together have agreed that we need to take the staged approach. So it will come back on us because the decision is the governing body's decision. So no one will be able to blame anybody else except ourselves if we go too hard too early by opening up. So I think this strikes a good balance. It gives us about 6 weeks or so to really look at how that impacts our water supply, whether the exterior, it's not just the exterior users, exterior cleaning association, it's places like nurseries. There's a whole lot of people that will be able to use water again, but it's not a massive amount, but we need to be able to measure that before we go into the next and the highest users. So for me, I would ask councillors who are thinking of voting against this totally to think again and think about this balanced approach. This is a real compromise. This is not full on, but it gives a small bit of respite to people who have been heavily affected by COVID in terms of their businesses, but now will be able to work in a better way than they did before, because they've got together and they've realised, using potable water isn't ideal for cleaning outside. It's really treated for drinking. So this starts that dialogue and that action about using water sustainably and us developing more potable water. So I think that, and this is not about rewards, because I heard one councillor talking about, we need rewarded because we've been good. This is not about that. This is about the serious management of the water that we do have. And it might mean that, we've always got restrictions in summer, but we'll have to learn that over time. We'll have to get better at it, and we'll have to plan ahead a lot better than we have done. So I urge people who think they want to vote against this to be careful, because it might deliver a perverse outcome. It might deliver the full slather. So I just commend everybody who's worked on this and the consideration everybody's had to give to this. It's not easy. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And if I can just finish up as the last speaker, I want to start by thanking both our council officers and Watercare for the immense amount of work that went into these recommendations and this paper. And I want to particularly include in that the chair of the board of Watercare, Margaret Devlin, who has worked just extraordinary. I've never seen the chair of a board work as long hours and hard as she has over recent months, and I really want to put that on record and commend her for it. Can I just remind councillors, because there seems to be some confusion here, this is a joint recommendation from Council and Watercare. Watercare board made a slightly different set of recommendations. They listened to further evidence and further discussion, including our own workshops, and they have joined up with our council officers for one set of recommendations supported by both. And as Councillor Cooper has just said, this was about finding a balance. Yep, sure, look, I acknowledge the point that Councillor Filipaina made, that there's a degree of unfairness here that a commercial organisation can wash a house down, but a private person can't. And I feel uncomfortable about that. But I tell you what, I feel a lot more uncomfortable if we open, so I'm trying not to mix metaphors, open the floodgates and allow everybody to do that and find that we get the perverse response that people think, well, if we can all do this, then there isn't a crisis anymore, everything's fine, and we don't have to worry about continuing to save. And that's the real danger in this. If we send the wrong message, all of the great work that Aucklanders have done over the last several months, you know, we're saving 40 million litres a day. Thank you, Aucklanders, for your responsibility. To the commercial operators and the big ones, and particularly to Council. I don't want to hear any criticism of Council or that we're acting in our own interests and in supporting the recommendations here. 30% savings by Auckland Council. That's great. That's what's called leadership. It's called showing the way. But also to those other big users. They have voluntarily saved water, just as the people in their homes. We haven't saved money through the hoses near as much as we have by getting the message across and people having shorter showers. That's what saved the water, and that's really important. So thank you to both the households and the commercial enterprises for playing your part in getting to where we have. But let's look at reality. We might have saved 40 million litres a day. That's what our current savings are. Bloody great, really good. We're increasing our supply by 40 million litres a day. Fantastic. You know, Watercare and Council pulling out every stop to getting more supply there. We're getting 25 million litres of that a day right now. But guess what? Despite the huge savings and despite the extra supply, our dam levels aren't rising. The last 17 days, when we're in the middle of spring, the spring rains, when we should be filling those dams, they've gone down in the last 17 days. They've gone down. To reach that target of 75% full by 1 November, we will have to have twice as, well, 50% more rain than what we've had in the last 5 weeks in the next 5 weeks. And frankly, I can't promise you that's going to happen. And when I looked at I'm waving my phone to those that are online, looked at the 10-day forecast, it was going to rain today. Councillor Darby got it absolutely right. We were going to get at least 8 millimetres, not very much, but would have really helped. Now it's been revised down to half that amount. And in the next 10 days, we've got 1 day where they use the word rain. We'll get a few showers, but 1 day in the next 10 days. And I'm sorry, councillors, I'm not prepared to gamble on it raining and saying we can be more generous. We'd really like to be generous in lifting all of those restrictions, but will anybody thank us? Will anybody thank us if at the end of this process we lift the restrictions, only have to slap on even worse restrictions within a couple of months because we're running the risk? Now look, I've looked at the integrated source management model, and generally you'd think that'd work pretty bloody well. But guess what? It didn't tell us last year or this year that we were going to strike unprecedented droughts. It didn't tell us that. And, you know, I'm really worried that we haven't built climate change into this and that we will get a 3rd year's drought in a row. Every morning I wake up praying for bloody rain, but, you know, it's not happening and I can't guarantee it. And I don't want to go out and face people up and say, hey, sorry, we gave you the wrong message. You can ease off the restrictions now, but sorry, in a couple of months' time, we're going to have industry working 4 days a week. We didn't predict it. That's the whole thing. The model failed. We didn't predict it. And it's been failing for some years because we put off capital works that probably should have come forward. And that's why, as Councillor Desley will rue, we had to put $224 million into the budget this year at the time of the emergency budget to bring forward the stuff that we'd put back because we relied on the model. We can't rely on the model. And we have to make sure that Aucklanders do have ongoing water supply. So I think those are the main messages. I think we have got the balance here. Please don't give me the perverse response by voting against this because you think that we shouldn't be lifting it at all, or voting against it because we should be going further and lifting it. Actually, if we do that, we'll end up with a status quo. We won't be changing anything. And if you vote against G, I'm sorry, G is a noting recommendation. It won't make any difference. I would much rather see this council come together, work together to get a sensible message out to the public. Yes, we've done well. Please keep it up. Yes, we can ease the restrictions on some of the commercial operators because that means jobs. That's the extra dimension for the commercial people as against the residences. And in 8 weeks' time, we've got a chance with much better information to decide whether or not we can afford to ease the restrictions on households. We will know then better what the summer weather forecast will look like. We will know then whether we've achieved the goal of 75%. We will know then whether there is a risk of having to have more severe restrictions during summer or not. But if we do it now, I believe that we're acting prematurely. So, look, thank you everyone for the input that you've had. You've all thought really clearly about this. You've all spoken from your hearts about it. We may have slightly different views, but by and large, just as Watercare and Auckland Council came together around the same set of recommendations, I'd really like to see the vast majority of councillors do the same today in approving this paper. So it's been asked that we have a division on G, which I'm happy to take separately. It's only a noting recommendation, so it won't make any difference to what we're actually doing. If councillors wanted a division on E, which is approving the commercial easing, I will do that if it's requested. Otherwise, I will put all of the recommendations bar G together first and then take a division on the noting recommendation G. Okay, I haven't had any dissent registered from that, either online or in the room. So I will put recommendations A through to F inclusive and H through to K inclusive, and I'll do that on the voices. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against?
No.
So I've got, if you'd like to record your no, it's Councillor Bartley and Councillor Henderson and Councillor Hills. Okay, I will now put recommendation G on a division and ask Sandra to call the roll.
Point of order, Your Worship.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I can't take a point of order in the middle of a vote. It's against standing orders.
Yeah, I wanted to say it before you put that vote, but I'll have a point of order after.
Thank you. Okay, Sandra, if you can take the division.
Councillors, you are voting on clause G as it is on the screen in front of you. Mayor Goff.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Yes.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Collins.
Against.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
Abstain.
Councillor Hills.
Abstained.
Councillor Mulholland.
For.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Simpson.
Against.
Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
For.
Councillor Young.
No.
What have we got? Carried? Carried 10 votes to 9 with 2 abstentions.
I declare that carried 10 votes to 9 with 2 extensions. Councillor, that brings us to the end of item 9. I suggest that we take a break.
Worship,
oh, sorry,
Your
point of order,
Worship,
Councillor
point of order.
Philippine. Yes.
So, Your Worship, my point of order is in regards to your previous, and it's about process in regards to standing orders. You ended up putting the original first votes from A to F and then H to K. What happens now with L?
I'm sorry. I'm working off mine, which only takes us to K, and I did omit L. You're quite right to raise that. My apologies. I should have been working off the screen, not off the hard copy, which means that I probably need actually to put L separately. And I
Your Worship, I'm happy to move L.
It's already been moved and seconded. I just forgot to put it, so I'll put that to the vote now. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
To those to the contrary, say no. I declare that carried, and thank you, Councillor Filipaina, for drawing that to my attention, and my apologies for missing that. Okay, well now it's just after 1:20, so I suggest that we come back at 1:50 to resume to complete the agenda. So I'll adjourn the meeting until 1:50. Thank you, councillors. Right. Are we live now? We should be. Just check with Sandra. So we haven't got everybody back into the room that should be here yet, but I hope everybody that's online and who has had the advantage of having their lunch at home with us. And I'll just get Sandra to do a quick roll call to see that we've got most of us here. Sandra.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Aye.
Councillor Bartley.
Yes.
Councillor Casey. Kia ora. Councillor Collins.
Hey, Sandra.
Councillor Coombe.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dalton. Councillor Darby is not here. Councillor Filipaina.
Yes, just finished my salad.
And the sausage rolls, Alf, come on.
Councillor Fletcher.
I heard you guys had some.
Yeah. Councillor Henderson.
Hello.
Councillor Hills. Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
There, you got one.
Councillor Simpson.
I'm here.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Present.
Councillor Young.
Good afternoon. 大家好.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. And the ones that are missing will be with us very shortly. The next item on the agenda is the Memorandum of Understanding between Auckland Council and the Hamilton City Council. And I'll just double check that our Chief of Strategy, Megan Tyler, is on the line. Are you with us, Megan?
I am, thank you, Mayor Goff.
Okay. I'm going to move this one before inviting you to speak to it. And maybe Councillor Mulholland, would you like to second it? Oh, sorry, I'm picking on the girl from the Waikato. So, okay. Are you with us, Councillor Mulholland? Okay, so it sounds like it's Councillor Josephine Bartley that will second that. Megan, I'll just ask you to speak to the paper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, kia ora koutou. Look, I'll just be very brief. This really came out of the water discussions that have been happening over the last couple of months and that you've referenced in your previous item. And the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Cooper in particular had a meeting with Hamilton City Council and their counterparts, including Mayor Southgate. And it was agreed that there needs to be perhaps more formality around a strategic relationship between Auckland Council and Hamilton City Council. And so this is the result of that. So staff, myself and my counterpart at Hamilton City Council have put together this agreement at Attachment 1. It doesn't negate any of our own jurisdiction, regulatory requirements, anything like that. It really is a relationship agreement, an opportunity at both the political and staff level to work together in a different way, whether that's an advocacy or doing joint programs or whatever that might be. So look, I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Megan. This has been circulated to all of our members of the governing body, and I haven't had any dissent or any questions received back around it. It is an expression of good faith to the Hamilton City Council, both through their cooperation with us in terms of providing their water allocation consent for us to use in the interim, but also because we're two cities that are neighbouring cities and have quite a lot in common. So I'll take questions and comments together, I think, at this stage, if there are any. Maybe we can get through this item quite quickly. If there's anybody wishing to ask a question or make a comment, if you could indicate to us now. Councillor Desley Simpson.
Very briefly, great memorandum, excellent work, Megan. Thank you very much. And I just think it's a great acknowledgement of where we've got to collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's no indication of anybody else wanting to speak or comment on this. Just to say that when we do have our meetings on a 6-monthly basis, any councillor would be welcome to join us. And I know Councillor Tracy Mulholland has indicated a particular interest in it. And maybe Councillor Josephine Bartley. So we'll advertise when the meetings are happening. One will be in Hamilton, one will be in Auckland, and if necessary, we could do it by Zoom. But I think it is a step in the right direction in building that sister city relationship that should exist between two of the fastest growing cities in the country. Councillor Cooper, you were wanting to take a call on it.
Thank you. Just briefly, Mr. Chair, is something you said before about good faith around restrictions? I think it was you.
That's correct.
Even though it's not in this document, the intent is a good faith agreement, and that I know that's been articulated verbally in the discussions that Hamilton people would not expect to be having restrictions when we didn't. And I just think we need to remember that when we're all voting for this. So I think that's fair play.
Yeah, that's very much consistent with, I think, a lot of the comments around the table in the last debate that actually, while we haven't had restrictions during summer, restrictions are the norm for many councils. And they're reasonably light restrictions in Hamilton's case, but they made it clear to us that it wouldn't be an acceptable look for them to give us their water consent only to find that their people were on constraints and we weren't. So I think that's a point well made, and their constraints, as we saw in the last paper, are reasonably light constraints, but common sense constraints at a time when water demand is very high over the summer. Okay, there's no further questions or comments. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried. Thank you very much, Megan. Item number 11, sorry, that did not overlook this one. It's an important one. Relates to the independent review of Ports of Auckland, the health and safety situation on the waterfront that we have discussed in other forums. So I'm welcoming to the table Phil Wilson, Governance Director, and Bram Van Mel, Manager of our Projects and Transactions from our legal team, and also online, excuse me, Sarah Holdham. So for the sake of putting it on the record, I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shane Henderson. Sorry, actually, Councillor Casey. Yeah.
Thank you.
We've got gender balance in the mover and the seconder now, which we wouldn't have had with you, Councillor Henderson. So, Phil, I'll ask you to speak to the paper first, or are you deferring to Bram?
I'll speak to it, Your Worship. Firstly, can I just acknowledge for councillors the lateness in getting this to you? It's been work done under some time pressure, and if I might, particular thanks to Sarah and Bram and Alistair for doing that. Obviously, we needed, in commissioning this, we needed to make sure that the review was framed in the right way, that we were avoiding duplication of roles that others have. Maritime New Zealand in particular, WorkSafe, they have jurisdictions for investigation in this space, so we needed to be careful not to be duplicating or complicating matters in terms of their work. We needed to consult Ports of Auckland, which has happened in the course of developing this, and of course there was some liaison with some experts and legal advice and such. Well, I'll let the paper speak for itself. Just to say that our advice and the terms of reference, I think, are appropriately framed. As a public shareholder, you know, you need to have satisfaction that your company has the right systemic approach to health and safety, the right culture, performance, accountability, disciplines, both at a management and importantly in terms of your relationship with the company at a governance level. That's the frame in which the terms of reference has been set. But of course you're not responsible for specific operational matters or investigations that are the domain of those other folk, their jurisdictions. You will note a recommendation seeking a chief executive delegation to finalise arrangements with a reviewer in consultation with the mayor and deputy mayor. We have a bit of a chicken and egg situation here where it hasn't been possible to finalise an arrangement with a reviewer because, of course, they are fundamentally interested in the scope of work, the terms of reference. So we have some live discussions with people, but I thought, just to preempt questions, you should understand that the people we have shortlisted to consider for this work represent folk with, firstly, independent, you know, they have suitable independence, they have suitable credibility, leadership, governance, analytical skills, and to a question that was asked earlier, yes, health and safety experience and where possible some ports knowledge, because ports is a specific, has some specific characters that need to be considered here. Now, it's a big ask finding one person who has that breadth. So it is entirely possible we will have a lead person who has most of it and a mandate to engage with other experts who can complement their experience to arrive at the appropriate view. So, Your Worship, perhaps leave it there. And if there is a need to discuss further the selection of a reviewer, then perhaps given privacy considerations in a public forum, we could do that afterwards.
Thank you very much, Phil. Councillors will see on their screens that there is a further recommendation added C to agree to include in the terms of reference that the review should consider the adequacy of incident reporting, investigation and implementation of suggested improvements. I'm advised by our legal advisor that's consistent with what the review is doing. It was the submission given to us this morning expressed a desire that we should be explicit about it, and a number of councillors, Councillors Coombe and Henderson and Casey and Bartley, have all indicated that would be their desire to see it put explicitly in that way in the recommendations. So I'll take questions separately on this. The first question is from Councillor Kathy Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. And Phil, I've got two questions, really, just bear with me. The first is I'm really pleased to see C and the adequacy of incident reporting. When the Maritime Union supported our independent review on the 15th of September, they put out a media statement. In that media statement, they said, and I quote, "For every death or injury, there are several more near misses, many of which are not reported." Now, can I just ask you, at Auckland Council, you use the word culture. We have a culture that encourages people to report near misses. Can you just tell me how we do that? I recall the when it came up. Can you just tell me how we do that as a council? How we get those reported?
Councillor, there's probably two aspects to the answer. One is a culture's the product of the right messages being received from the leadership and from colleagues. So the simple encouragement of people to come forward and make sure they record incidents, near misses, accidents, injuries, and such like. That's it, so that it becomes the way we do things around here. The sort of slightly more systemic answer is that we have processes, templates, electronic systems to make that easy, and where we can collect it and make it visible, and which we can refer to ensure that, having reported things, they are followed up on. And this is, I would suggest, the aspect that this Part C is trying to get to, because we're doing a systemic review of aspects at the port, and we want to see that those systems are in place, that the disciplines are there.
Thanks, Phil. Just a supplementary to that, I'm interested in the use of the word culture. The way that you use it, I'll be interested to know what you exactly mean by it, but I've heard it used by ports, and I've heard it used by the Maritime Union. And in that same press release on the 15th of September, the Maritime Union talked about the relentless pressure for productivity. That relentless pressure for productivity comes from management. So tell me how you, when we're looking at culture, what is it that we're looking at?
In its widest sense, when we talk about organisation culture, we are talking about the social norms, the behaviours that are shared and are a pattern in the organisation. And that probably sounds a little lofty, but it is the definition that we start with when we're looking at questions of culture in an organisation. What are the cues from the leadership? What are the behaviours that we see for real, not just written down in policy documents and such like?
Great, it's an important job. My final question, if the Mayor will just indulge me. At Auckland Council, we are very proud with the relationship we have with our various unions. And I'm interested as to whether the relationship between Ports of Auckland and especially the Maritime Union is one that will be looked at in terms of how working together can bring about benefits and changes to culture.
My response would be that the reviewer has sufficient mandate through these terms of reference to look at that, to consider the dynamics in the workplace. It is and I think this is acknowledged in the report, the port company has a review itself underway to assess the extent of worker engagement and whether those relationships are working. That's really for them to speak to rather than me. But the reviewer has a mandate through these terms of reference to look at that.
Thanks very much, Phil.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just looking at the letter I received this morning from the Chief Executive of Maritime New Zealand, and in terms of parallel reviews that they're doing, their development of a New Zealand-wide port safety strategic plan to drive better health and safety outcomes for workers at the ports brings together employers, unions and regulators in what they call a collaborative tripartite partnership. So I think the unions, both in this review, the union will have full ability to make its submissions to the reviewer, but there is also other work going on in terms of health and safety at our ports that involve the unions as part of that tripartite partnership, and I think that's important. Councillor John Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to Phil Wilson. There's mention in our agenda item here about free and frank discussion and staff confidentiality. Are we going to be making any recommendations with respect of how that might be achieved, or is it going to be left up to the reviewer or reviewers? For instance, is there going to be the ability to have off-site venue available for people? Do we have a view on that, or was it going to be left entirely up to what a reviewer thinks appropriate?
Councillor, more the latter. We're providing the framework for the reviewer. They will guide the actual review work. It was important for us to, however, provide some framing of it so that the staff at the port, the management at the port, had confidence that they could have those discussions with the reviewer appropriately.
Okay, so I guess from my perspective, if you're going to the trouble and the expense of a review such as being anticipated here, I think it's important that, you know, in the first instance, especially in the current economic climate, people are given the ability to input in a, you know, entirely non-threatening environment, and anyone in any workplace knows that if you're doing that within the confines of your own workplace, people often feel vulnerable. So I'm assuming that that's going to be taken into account by the reviewers here, and I say that particularly in respect of E and F that are in our recommendations to do with culture and engagement and industrial relations, which are, you know, are pretty broad areas when you think about it. So I think that if we're going to this trouble, just as we did with the CCO review, that it be as all encompassing as possible as far as the employees go, and also the management. So we're getting a balanced view, and that people really feel that they can speak honestly and truthfully, because that's going to be beneficial to all parties going forward. So I would just urge then that if we're in any communications with the reviewer, that should be top of mind, especially given the recommendations that are put up here and that we're approving today in terms of this, looking at culture and industrial relations a bit broader than just, you know, strictly speaking the health and safety aspects too. There is inevitably a wider view that gets drawn into any type of investigation such as this.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. If you look at the terms of reference under 4G, it says the review should allow participants to provide information and comment anonymously and on a fully confidential basis. So what you've just said is absolutely essential to the direction that we're giving to the reviewer. So thank you for that. Councillor Chris Darby.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a statement from the union representative this morning that the port company or its governance board, or maybe even its chair, didn't overtly support this. But my understanding, Mayor, is there is support, and that was recorded in a Radio New Zealand statement that the chair, Liz Coote, did support this review.
Absolutely, that is the case, and the press statement that I put out had a quote from the chair of the board indicating her explicit support for the review, and I wouldn't have expected anything less.
Thank you. It's good to just clear that up. So just in terms of who is the owner of this work? So it's an independent review. We're drawing up the terms of reference. We've consulted the port company. The port company is paying for it. And then the findings are released publicly. And then there's another section that says they're reported to the council. Who is the owner?
Thank you, Councillor Darby. I'll just respond to that. To the points that the Mayor made earlier, I mean, fundamentally the board of the company is responsible for managing operations at the port. So the onus will shift to them to take these recommendations on board and make them real. For our part, the use we will get from this report is it informs our position as shareholder when we hold the company to account for its performance. So a further related work stream we'll look at is in the statement of corporate intent, and the more detailed KPIs and more detailed reporting we want on health and safety outcomes in there. So that will be useful to us in that framework, and it will also be useful to us longer term because of course we appoint the directors and the board. So in a sense it's a joint ownership, but we wear different hats, so we will take different things from it and use those in our respective roles.
If I might just add, the commitment was to consult the port in the commissioning of this review. It is council commissioning it. It is an independent review, however.
That's clear. And just one final question, Mayor, and that is often reports come in draft forms. I imagine that no one's going to see a draft review. It's going to be one paper that comes in and is released publicly and comes to council and the port company. No one's going to have an opportunity to see a review and maybe question paragraphs, etc.
Other than for fact checking and for natural justice purposes.
Okay, thank you.
So it'll be a little bit like our CCO review, where the panel didn't send the whole of the review report to every stakeholder, but they sent sections of the report as it pertained to that stakeholder to ensure that if they were quoted accurately and to ensure that our facts were correct. But this won't be subject to a veto or changes after the fact by any party, including ourselves. Okay, Councillor Pipacoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the speedy turnaround on this and progressing the review. I did give some feedback on the draft regarding, I think it was the review process 5B, and I was just concerned that it had the may in there about the reviewer may receive the contributions. And I just wondered if that might have come back because I just read it too quickly, but it might be picked up elsewhere. But I was just concerned whether that gave the reviewer the opportunity to exclude stakeholders from the review. So does that mean the reviewer could decide, for example, not to speak to a union representative? So I just wanted, it was some feedback that I gave when it was circulated, so I just wanted to close that off.
That's correct, Councillor Coombe. Yes, we'll tidy that up. It was may as an empowering may. They should be allowed to talk to everyone they need to, but we'll make it clear that we expect them to cover the ground in terms of the key stakeholders. Yep.
So how would that be altered? Does that get picked up in terms of minor changes?
It's a minor change that I'll convert it to a shall or something like that.
Thank you. That would be if the mayor and deputy mayor, I think it's, yeah, happy with that, in the minor changes.
Yep, that's no problem at all. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report and the work on the terms of reference. I wanted to know, is there a way to get accountability from the governance and the leadership, not just in terms of their relationship between the board and senior managers, but between the board, senior managers and the rest of the workers? Like, is that something that can be included? And then, stevedores and lashes and everyone else. And then also, is there a way to get accountability back to their own health and safety policy, in particular, that they believe all injuries are preventable and that no business objective ought to take priority over health and safety? Like, is there a way we can get that accountability through this review to those points?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll answer the first part of that, and I'll just check with Sarah Holdham, who's on the line and who manages day-to-day aspects of this in terms of the accountability levers that apply. Just to forewarn you, Sarah, if you're online. But can I probably counsel people not to expand the scope of the review too widely into the broader industrial space. I think we would all understand that there is a nexus between relationships with the union health and safety practice, and I think that's the appropriate space for the review to look at. It is always a challenge, and particularly in terms of the appetite of the governing body, to have a review reported back by the end of this calendar year. The broader we make this, the more questions we require of the reviewer to ask, the longer it will take and the bigger the piece of work is. The motivation for this I understood to be very clearly health and safety performance of the company, and yes, I would understand that it needs to contemplate industrial relations issues on there, but it's not fundamentally a review of industrial relations in the port company, I would suggest. But there were other aspects to your question. Sarah, do you wish to comment?
Sorry, I was on mute. Hi, Phil. Hello, Councillor. Could you possibly just repeat that part of the question for me?
It was really about how do we get accountability through this review to the port's health and safety policy about all injuries being preventable and no business objective ought to take priority over health and safety.
I would answer that by saying I think that, as with any aspect of their performance and their success as a company, and obviously health and safety is the most important, then it is about appropriate monitoring and essentially what Graham referred to earlier. So the two key levers we have are influencing the statement of corporate intent is one, and that's about setting those objectives. And two is appointing the board. So if we are not happy, or if you as councillors are not happy with the performance of the board, then there is the ability to kind of make changes to appointments. It is slightly complicated by the fact that appointments to the Ports Board are delegated to the Ports of Auckland Limited appointment panel. So it's not directly held by you or not directly by the appointments committee. So the statement of corporate intent and the appointments are the two key levers for influencing the performance of the board.
And if I can just add to that, the appointments, the Ports of Auckland appointments panel's made up of myself, the Chief Executive, and the Chair of the Ports of Auckland. So you can rest assured that one of the next appointments that are made to the board will be somebody that has a strong expertise in health and safety that will influence the way in which the board carries out its responsibility in that regard.
Thank you for that, Your Worship. Considering that there's already the chair of the District Health Board on the board, do we really think a health and safety person is going to make a difference as a board appointment?
Yes, if you look at the nature of the appointment that we may make, I think you will find that the credentials of one individual, at least on the board, will be impeccable in that respect.
Okay, thank you. I had one more question, please. I wanted to pick up on Councillor Casey. She was asking about culture, and I was thinking, shouldn't we not restrict the review to health and safety culture, but look at the culture of the whole Ports of Auckland? And in doing so, we'd be able to pick out health and safety culture.
Well, my advice is not to broaden it too much. What you have represented in the draft terms of reference is a focused piece of work on health and safety, motivated by the serious concerns for what's happened down at the port. It will have a look at broader culture questions, but it's not its primary purpose in the way it's framed. you of course can choose to do something more something broader, but I would advise if you were going to contemplate that, you probably couldn't expect it to be done in the time frame that's been suggested, or with possibly even the reviewers that we're talking to currently.
Thank you. Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So just following up on Councillor Barley's question on accountability, so that does go to the questions around statements of corporate intent. But just looking ahead to implementation of this review and its findings, I'm assuming the recommendations that are going to come back are operational in nature as opposed to governance. But what is Council's role as shareholder for oversight to make sure that it's being done?
Firstly, actually, I would expect some of the guidance to come out of this to absolutely be about governance, a practice, how management is held to account, and whether there is satisfaction or should be satisfaction at a board level about the systemic nature of health and safety management at the port. That then should give a lead that can feed into statements of intent and such like. More so than detailed operational findings, I might say.
Thank you very much for that. We now come to comments. If there's anybody that wants to make a comment in addition to any questions that might have been asked.
Yeah, I do, Phil.
Okay, Councillor Kathy Casey.
Yeah, thanks. I'll keep it brief. I want to refer to two things that Russell Main said this morning to us. Russell, as you know, is the Secretary of the Auckland Waterfront Branch, Local 13 of the Maritime Union. The first thing he said that rung true with me is that workers expect to go to work and return safely home. Amo Kalati went to work at the port and didn't come home. Labum Dyer went to work at the port and didn't come home. They both died at work, at our port, on our watch. Neil Bauer went to work at the port. He returned home eventually with a very broken body. Leslie Gelberger went for an ocean swim. He didn't make it home either. 3 deaths on our watch and 1 broken man at our port. The second thing that Russell said to us this morning, if you recall, was that workers have a right to belong to a union. Now, the Maritime Union of New Zealand has a very long, proud history. It was an amalgamation in 2002 of the New Zealand Waterfront Workers Union and the New Zealand Seafarers Union. For the last 18 years, they've been strong and staunch, representing workers at the port and keeping them safe at work. Thanks, Mayor Goff and colleagues, for this independent review. It's been a long time coming. For me, it signals a new era in our relationship with our port and its workers. It recognises that we, as the governors of Auckland, have a direct responsibility for what happens at the ports of Auckland. It is our port, and I hope this has your unanimous support. Thank you very much again, Mayor Goff.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pipacoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would very much like to speak in support of the independent review happening into health and safety. I think Council, as the majority shareholder, the sole shareholder of the ports, hasn't historically done good by the workers, by the port workers. And the reasons for that go back right to the beginning of the Super City. And I think in some ways we really need to acknowledge that there has been, we have in many ways not been using all of the accountability mechanisms that we have had in our power. And I think it's important to look ahead, and that this is a really important turning point, but at the same time just to acknowledge that, and I think Councillor Casey has really put that made that very clear around the personal cost that has occurred at the port. In terms of that accountability, this is a really important part of that looking forward, and the timing of the fact that we were reviewing the statement of corporate intent and looking at including additional health and safety requirements in that statement of corporate intent, and then only a week later, well, it was even less than that, it was 4 days later, we had the fatality, I think really just brought that into very stark reminder of the importance of health and safety and just the terrible tragedy, but also the fact that we had not been keeping our eye on the ball in terms of holding ports management to account in terms of health and safety. And there's many different factors of that, but looking at the statement of corporate intent, we weren't even asking ports to report on their fatalities. So that wasn't even covered in what we were asking them to report back to us in terms of what their actual, what was actually occurring at the ports. And one thing I just wanted to highlight also in terms of supporting this review is when we had the discussion with the ports the other week, and I made this point, but I don't think it really landed, and it's about if you're operating a zero harm workplace, you don't have just tragic accidents. This is a terrible tragedy, but an accident doesn't occur. It's an avoidable incident. And this incident occurred, the most recent one, and I'm sure the review will find, looking back at in terms of the systemic issues and the culture of work and of health and safety, is that it's a multiple factors have to happen, multiple parts of the organisation of the system has got to fail for this kind of catastrophic fatality to occur. It doesn't just happen from one person having an accident. And I think that's what we really need to drive home. And I think this is what this review will show to us in terms of what needs to change to put in place a genuine zero harm workplace that is absolutely focused on health and safety from the board of directors, the whole management, and us as collectively as a council. So I really welcome this review. It's unfortunate that it's had to happen after a fatality, but thank you, Mr. Mayor, that you've really taken this on board and that you've really pushed for it to happen. So thank you for that. I really do support getting behind it, and I hope that we can unanimously agree to the independent review, and I hope that we can land on a reviewer that will really bring the best to this review so that all the stakeholders can feel comfortable that we've got someone that's talking to everybody, because that's been a big issue as well, that MUNs have been kind of marginalised, pushed to one side and haven't really been given the respect that they deserve in terms of being a partner in this conversation. So I think we've got to, I think the terms of reference have got us to a good place in terms of, I look forward to that conversation about who the actual reviewer is going to be. So thank you for that opportunity to do that. So that's it from me, but kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you very much. And Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Kathy Casey has said a lot of what I was planning to say. We have an expectation that when our loved ones head to work, they come home safely to their families. Palamo Kalati, Laboom Dyer, Leslie Gelberger. I want to acknowledge the friends and families and those that have known you. The pain that these people are feeling is something I can't possibly imagine. When there is a workplace accident at the ports, we own that. All of us own that as residents of Auckland who own those ports. I want to thank the Mayor, I want to thank the Maritime Union, and I want to thank councillors for your strong leadership on this issue. I want to encourage the reviewer to work closely with both management and the union so that everybody can work together. with the goal of a safe and prosperous port that's a great place to work, a place that people are proud to work, and that contributes hugely to our city. We don't presuppose the results of this review. It is an independent review. That's clear. But it's clear to the friends and families of those that have lost their lives, to this council, to Auckland residents, that we owe them an explanation. We owe them an independent look into the health and safety of our ports. So I'll be looking at this review very carefully, and I want to zero in on particularly the workplace culture and the culture of health and safety. But I want to point out that this review also is not the end of the matter. It is a jump forward so that we can be clear with the workers at the port and our constituents about the situation at the moment. But I also want to point out that we have a role as shareholder for ongoing examination of health and safety and for other matters as well. I want to quote the statement of corporate intent here. Quote, Ports of Auckland Limited will ensure that the shareholder, that's us as council, is kept fully and promptly informed of any issues that may generate public and/or media interest or comment. I have expressed my disappointment that that is not being followed numerous times, and I expect in the future for that to be given full effect so that we as the representatives of Auckland can monitor these important matters in an ongoing way so that we know it's safe now, we know it's safe in the future. Just want to wrap up by saying I was asked by a reporter recently whether right now the ports are a safe place to work. I didn't know what to say. This review will answer that question for me. This review might call upon us as the shareholder to be decisive and to advocate for action. Evidence is going to guide us on that point. But I want to strongly commend this action. I want to thank the port workers for their support of this review too, for your trust in this review. I want to call upon our colleagues today to confirm this unanimously and send a message for Aucklanders that we care for our own down at the ports. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor John Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'd echo the sentiments of some of the other people who have spoken in terms of your willingness to review health and safety down in the ports. I think that's entirely commendable. The ports of Auckland are, our biggest asset. They employ a lot of Aucklanders. The port's absolutely fundamental to the Auckland economy. So we as councillors, of course, should expect the high standards of health and safety, work practice, efficiency, and everything that goes along with running such a substantial asset. And certainly in the past, like other councillors, I've supported the port on all those grounds. As some of the other councillors have also alluded to, in any review, inevitably of a part of council, whether it's the CCOs or whether it's the ports or whether it's even Auckland Council family, Auckland Council itself, is inevitably a reflection on us too. And I think that after 10 years, this sort of review, although in this case it has is a rather more limited focus perhaps than the CCO review, is very welcome. We've gone through a decade with the super city structure, which hasn't really been exposed to any sort of scrutiny at all. And we found that with the CCO review, where there was, a comprehensive list of recommendations that pointed the way to a better future, and which, ironically enough, I suspect was welcomed by the objects of the review, the CCOs themselves, who not only had improvements pointed out to them, but were also in a position to make comments that pointed towards what we should be doing in our role as governors as well. And I'm sure this investigation will no different. It's an investigation that's into health and safety, and I'm assuming, of course, in the modern work environment, health includes mental health too. The health and well-being of workers, whether in the port, whether in administration block, amounts to the same thing. You don't get the best out of people, nor are they able to operate in a safe environment if they're not feeling secure in their own mental well-being. The port is a dangerous place to work. I've worked in the port in years gone by. It is intrinsically a dangerous place. There's big machinery, there's boats, there's delicate balancing exercises. So it's a bit different from other workforces. But that's not by means of explanation. What it does mean is that health standards have to be higher. Awareness has to be higher. People have to work together because you're reliant on other people. So I'm absolutely certain that what comes out of this will be beneficial to all concerned, and I think that's important. It's not a witch hunt in the sense of going out after people. I, for one, I want to know what goes on down there. I want to know what goes on, and if there's practices that are worthy of merit and accolades, then I hope they get highlighted. Equally, if there's practices there that are substandard, then they need to be brought out, because in an environment like that, you can't afford to be going to the lowest common denominator. You want to be to the highest. So, Mr. Mayor, again, I commend you for showing this initiative, just as I commend the relatively constrained timeline here, which will hopefully result in a thorough investigation, a fair investigation, and one in which everyone will be a lot wiser at the end of, and which will point to a better port going forward, because we can't accept anything less. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Josephine Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, officers, for this paper, which I mentioned earlier. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of previous councillors regarding this review. I think for the families, this probably means nothing and is no consolation for their loss. But we hope that it goes some way to helping the port ensure that there is no more loss of life. I really do feel for the families, because they should have every expectation that their loved one is going to come home from working at the port. And I hope that this review will assist in providing a safer workplace for their families. I know that the Ports Companies Act talks about the ports being a successful business, but I don't think anybody around our table wants that to be at the risk of any loss of life. So, I think, it's good we do this review, but again, hopefully it will make a difference. And what else did I want to say? No consolation. And that for the Ports Company, for the Ports of Auckland, I do get a real sense of family amongst them. Tony Gibson, he was acknowledged by Palamo Kalati's family for his support to them. So I really, really, hope that everybody sees this as a way of helping to protect your family at the ports, Tony and the board of Ports of Auckland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. And briefly in reply, I think everybody here and on the port, and even more so the family and friends of Amo Kalati, felt the tragedy of his loss just a couple of weeks ago. A man with a partner and 7 children. And the fact that while we might not be directly responsible for health and safety on the wharves, we are the sole shareholder, and we do have a responsibility to ensure that proper practices and a proper culture is in place at the ports. So this review to me was really important. I'm hugely pleased that we have got to this point so quickly, and I want to thank officers for their work on this, Bram, and you in particular. And I think that the terms of reference are thorough. I think they cover the ground that needs to be covered, and the appointment of the reviewer will be of a person that meets our Chief Executive's standards in terms of both independence, experience and competency. And that will be really important because there will be a heavy weight on this reviewer in looking at the situation on the wharves and to report back quickly. And I think, as a number of people said, it is important that we get a quick report back, because if there is something systemically wrong with Ports of Auckland, then we want to see that fixed as quickly as possible. The findings and the recommendations of this review will be public, and that's really important. And there'll be clear expectations that the recommendations of this review will be taken seriously by the Board of Ports of Auckland and will be implemented. And then we will have a responsibility in terms of the having the Ports of Auckland in front of us to ensure that they have acted appropriately on what the review has recommended. And that will be really important. We equally will act through our power of co-appointing directors to the Ports of Auckland Board, something that we haven't done in the past, but which changed when the ports were brought back into a direct relationship with the council. I'm also very pleased with the acknowledgement that, and I will circulate to councillors the letter I received this morning from WorkSafe New Zealand and Maritime New Zealand, where they commended this council on its leadership, its responsibility, and for its accountability in this regard. So I think we can all be really pleased with that. So I'll put the recommendations A to C this time. I'm reading it off the screen. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, and I think unanimously, unless somebody records a vote against it. Thank you very much, councillors. We now move on, and thank you very much to Phil and Bram and to Sarah online. Item number 12 is been referred to us by the Audit and Risk Committee, and it's the regular health, safety and wellbeing update. Quite interesting that this should come after the previous item. I'll just double check. We've got Andre Lube on the line with us, the head of our head of Employment Relations and Health, Safety and Wellbeing. Andre, are you with us?
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I am.
Thanks, Andre. Look, I'll ask for somebody to move and to second this. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Henderson. And if I can get you to outline this, Andre, people have read the report, but anything you want to highlight, it is a noting report, and the report will be provided, or has been provided actually, to local boards. Andre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora koutou, everyone. There are just a few items on the report that I wanted to sort of talk to. As you will see from the report, that it's sort of divided into two main components. The first being the organisation's response from a health and safety perspective to the COVID-19 situation, and the second being a more general focus on, for lack of a better term, a business as usual health and safety matters. With regard to the first, the COVID-19 response, I think we're all obviously very relieved to be at a level, an alert level that gives us a bit more freedom and an ability to move around. There are some lessons that we've taken from both lockdowns that we're translating and we're looking to incorporate into business as usual within council, but also in the event that we were to move up alert levels. The first relates to the support for employees working from home and ensuring that we're able to provide them with appropriate support to enable to do so safely and in a way that ensures that productivity isn't affected as well. And I'll touch on a couple of points in a moment. The other piece that I think we're also done a lot of work on now is in relation to track and tracing, and we're put a lot of effort into that. I'm pleased to be able to say that certainly over the last lockdown, we had no situation of any staff member within Auckland Council who was who tested positive. We have had a number of people, however, who have obviously gone through the testing process, and we've worked hard to ensure that they are supported through that process. A key sort of part of our response, and perhaps an area that has many large and small employers sort of looking very closely at, is that of well-being, and we again put a lot of effort into our existing wellbeing resources, and those are identified in the report, but also I suppose recognising that this is a changing environment in a number of respects, and we've sort of worked hard to look further at what more can be done in the wellbeing space, and that's something that we will be putting more resource and effort into over the months ahead. With regard to the sort of business as usual element, I've referenced 5 serious incidents that occurred over the last few months since the last report, and also some of the lessons learned that we've taken from them and the status of those incidents. Certainly a key feature for us, and it's sort of picking up on some of the conversation in the previous item, has been the importance of learning from such incidents to ensure that we are able to put in place appropriate controls and measures. And I use incident number 1 as a case in point, which is something that's just very recently been identified in the United States, of people swimming in swimming pools that are potentially quite shallow, but because of the way in which people tend to breathe when they come out of swimming underwater, this condition known as shallow water blackout is something that's being increasingly looked at across the recreation world as something that needs to be taken account of. The Safe 365 process is again our more broader organisational assessment process of our organisational maturity in the health and safety space, and is a key measure that we use and a key mechanism for ensuring that as an organisation we both have a good sense of learning from lag indicators, but we also look ahead in terms of where we need to focus our efforts. The final point I just wanted to point to was in terms of the risk management system and incident management system that we use to record incidents and including near misses. And that's something that is under review at the moment. We've sort of identified that there probably hasn't been the level of usage of the system for several reasons, but the sort of usage that we would expect of our people, and that's been something that we've put considerable focus on over the last month in particular. And there were some slightly concerning, or extremely concerning statistics that form part of the data that's on the dashboard attached to this report that we've looked address, and I'm pleased to say that we're getting some good traction. For example, closing out open incidents in Risk Manager. We, over the course of a week push, we managed to reduce that by close to 60% of open incidents. So that's a very high-level overview of the report, and I'm very happy to take questions or to explain anything further.
Thank you very much, Andre. That's a very full account, and people have had the chance to read the paper. So I'll run questions and comments together on this. Probably we can get through the item relatively quickly, but we'll start with Deputy Mayor and Chair and Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk. Have I got that right? No, just Deputy Mayor and on Audit and Risk. Okay, Bill Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think Daniel Newman's the Deputy Chair.
Sorry,
Daniel
you're
Newman's
absolutely right.
Yeah. So thanks, Andre. Thank you for the report. I'd note, Mr. Mayor, that the Audit and Risk Committee was always concerned about council staff, senior management and elected members and their responsibilities around health and safety for our employees. And that's one of always the key questions they ask. Andre, my specific question is, with COVID brought a unique experience where a lot of people are working from home, and we have had, slips, falls and accidents reported from our employees working from home. How do we go about remedying those accident sites when we have no real control over this, other people's private property?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We have put a lot of, I suppose there's two main channels to our how we support our staff in that regard. One is there is a lot of guidance for employees directly available on Katahi, which is the intranet site, around the sort of things that they need to think about when setting up a workstation at home. We also make it and we again put a lot of resource into providing guidance to people leaders to ensure that it is part of a conversation that they have with their team members and follow up with their team members to ensure that people aren't working in situations where their health or safety might be compromised.
Thanks, Andre. And do we allow our staff to have sufficient materials and assets such as laptops or laptop holders that they could use in their own home place?
There is something of a balancing exercise to be done there. Certainly with things like laptops, we encourage staff to take those home. We're just working on a policy at the moment regarding additional equipment that might be needed as part of that process. So, and that's going to, there are some disciplines that obviously we need to put in place around providing things like screens or desks or special chairs. And in that situation, we would be looking for some sort of guidance from occupational therapists or ergonomic experts to support providing that additional equipment.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Happy to move this item.
Thank you. And the next question is from Richard Hills. Question and comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. And yeah, just a question, and I know I often ask about it, but and we have really ramped up the work in the last 3 years around mental health. But how are we, considering we have less, you all have less budgets, but how are we ensuring that mental health and the well-being of our staff is being more looked after, especially with people, not seeing people face to face and maybe not being able to pick up, certain behaviours and, just sending an email saying I'm okay, maybe not the best way. How are we ensuring that we're doing all we can? And, there has been a few issues. I know in my community, one popular staff member took their own life not long ago, and it was very hard on the team. but with COVID and all the other stresses, I just want to ensure that we're actually able to ramp up that work. Or is there a discussion we need to have with elected members around how we can increase budgets to ensure that there is, ability for people to be looked after while jobs are being lost and while teams are being restructured, as well as everything else that's going on?
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I think it's fair to say that there are a number of channels to the wellbeing question, and it's been something that we have put a lot of thought and effort into trying to ensure that there is sufficient support for everyone. It is certainly something that, from a central health and safety perspective, we've really pushed hard with our people leaders to be mindful about, and recognising, for example, that particularly in some situations where people are not necessarily able to work as productively as possible, or have to work around childcare commitments, or a house environment where it may not be conducive to focused work, that those are the sort of situations that need to be taken account of. One sort of measure, I suppose, that we've got, and it's touched on in the report, is that we did a survey around wellbeing in the middle of the year, and there was an 85% positive response from the participants in the survey around Council's support in the wellbeing space. And we're going to implement, in the process of sort of finalising a regular wellbeing pulse check with our people. But as I sort of mentioned right at the start, this is certainly something that it's an evolving landscape, and we're doing what we can to stay ahead of the curve.
Thank you. And just another thing on sick pay. How many days are our staff eligible for, and have we extended that at all when we are considering a very low tolerance to illness at the moment? So if you are unwell at all, we're asking people to stay home, obviously for good reasons, to protect others. But what if there's financial pressure and other pressure to get work done? How are we balancing that across the Auckland Council family?
Thank you, Councillor. So the staff, as a generalisation, receive 10 days sick leave per annum, and that's that accumulates without any ceiling. A number of employers do put a ceiling on that accumulation process of 25 days. We don't. So some staff have some fairly comfortable balances underneath them. That said, we also have provision for leave, discretionary leave, where people don't have a sick leave balance available to them. And we've been worked hard to ensure that in situations staff aren't disadvantaged, where, for example, they're waiting for the results of tests and are having to isolate themselves. So in those situations, people have been paid, and to the best of my knowledge, no one has gone without income over that period, or in those circumstances, I should say. I think I've covered off your points, but if I've missed something, I'm certainly happy to come back to that.
No, that's really good, and it's given me more confidence. Thank you.
Thank you. And final question, Councillor Chris Darby.
Sorry, I might have just missed this, but can I just have some clarification? Our people working at home, one of the things I very quickly became aware of probably about a month ago was when I read my heating bill, and my heating bill was related to me being at home. And I immediately thought of our staff, and I thought the staff that are working remotely that would probably not have been paying a similar heating bill because they would have been in their workplace. And I thought also of their data plan, and that maybe they were blowing out their cap and having to pay extra. So has there been some thinking about the situation of our staff in terms of, paying for home utilities over and above what they'd normally be paying to continue to do their work?
That might be best answered by Phil Wilson. I think it's slightly out of the health and safety, but Phil, have you got an answer to that? It's a good question.
I can pick it up to some extent, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you can have the first shot, Andre, and then we'll pass it to Phil.
Thank you. And it's something that we've been talking about over the last little while with our union partners, and in particular the PSA. I think there are sort of two components to it that probably need to be. At the moment, we've made an organisational decision not to provide additional funding or any sort of allowance for utilities. For one, it becomes quite hard to draw the line about what is in and what is out of such an allowance. The other part is that we recognise that whilst there may be an additional cost around things like heating, that is equally offset by potential savings to folk around transport and parking and the such like. We are going to be working with the PSA over the next little while on just reviewing our approach to this and sort of coming up with an agreed position about how we move forward. So it is certainly on our collective radar screens.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to add to that, Phil? I think it's...
No, executive teams considered it for the short term. Obviously, we're watching the situation in terms of what the new normal looks like in terms of work patterns and so on, and we'll continue doing so.
Thank you very much. So it's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded, so I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 And to the contrary, no. Carried. And sorry if I cut Josephine Bartley out. She was about to ask a question. We move now to item number 13. Conscious that it's after 3 o'clock. And I just double check. This is the audit and risk referral again on our top risk quarterly update. Just to double check that Emma Mosley is on the line, our Chief Risk Officer. Are you there, Emma?
Tēnā koutou, Emma Mosley here, yes.
Kia ora. And you've got a presentation I think you want to show us, so we'll let's get into it.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou e noho mai nai, e aku rangatira tēnā koutou. My name is Emma Mosley and I'm the Chief Risk Officer leading the risk and insurance team at Council. This report is the quarterly referral of the top risk reporting from the Audit and Risk Committee, who has delegated responsibility to advise the governing body on governance, risk management and internal control. The significant proportion of today's agenda has been on considering and discussing risks and management of current issues and risks and decisions being considered. I believe the people on this call and the councillors in particular have done a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to risk management today. This report is to provide you with oversight of the bigger picture and the risks and current issues and decisions so that you have oversight of the risks and how management and all of staff are managing those risks. It's part of our normal ongoing continuous process, and in today's environment, continuous risk monitoring, adjustment and response action is absolutely critical. There's been a recurring theme in the many forums and discussions recently, and as recently as yesterday in workshop discussions on climate change, about the challenge of making decisions that appropriately factor in and weigh up the opportunities and the risks. So the report that's before you today and the information that's in it, I hope will provide some insight and also provide a basis for feedback and discussion on the risks that we are all leaning into and managing at this time. In response to the COVID-19 events, we've increased the frequency of enterprise risk monitoring, review and reporting to a bi-monthly process. And we're also working to support and ensure that risks are analysed and the best information possible is brought to this forum and all forums to enable good decision making, and it is all flowing through. At the moment, we're in the process of preparing for our annual risk review and reset with the new chief executive and the executive leadership team, and that's going to take place at a time to be determined in October. That new top risk profile will be reported back to GB in December. So I won't go into a lot of detail with the top risks in the papers and all the information that is there, because I think that the councillors are well versed in all of the challenges and risks at the moment. Suffice to say that there are, as we all know, several significant risk events impacting and requiring response by council and our communities, three of which are the drought, COVID-19, which brings health and safety response and recovery challenges. And in addition to that, we have also experienced in the last quarter the heightened cyber attacks and the denial of service attacks, all of which operate cumulatively. We've also had the CCO review and long-term plan processes proceeding, and they're front of mind, and the risks and understanding and management of the risks are central to those processes as well. So the risks that are in the attachment A to the 15th of September of the Audit and Risk Committee report is the current assessment of risks that are being managed, or the top strategic risks. They're cumulative, they're interrelated, and we are not looking at them or managing them in isolation. Many of Council's actions, mitigations and controls are directed to reduce the likelihood or the consequences of multiple risks. So rather than treating them as a list of risks, we manage them as a risk profile and use our analysis of the drivers and the impacts to adjust and manage the risk. Join the dots, I've heard people say today, between the different work streams and help us scan ahead for future shocks and build resilience in the organisation and inform the very important decision making happening every day. Since we reported in May, we've done quite a bit of work across the organisation to evaluate three emerging risks: the risk to Māori outcomes, risks in the space of our recovery looking forward and what might hold us back from that, risks to ensure prudent financial management are the three main areas. The assessments of those are all in the papers, and I don't propose to go into that in any more detail, but I'm happy to take any questions talk in any more detail on any aspects of the papers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, and I know the attachments are pretty weighty. If there are any questions or comments, I'll take them now, but I think, we have one from Councillor Papacoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is kind of a question that I think I can get away with as a new councillor, and I think I've only got that right for another week after the first year anniversary. I think that there's no more new councillor speak, so this might be a bit of a naive question, but Emma has partly answered it, I think, but I just wanted to be really clear. So, and I acknowledge that this is kind of in the scheme of things, this is not the big risks, the top headline risks, but acknowledging my responsibility, I have logged a risk in relation to the dying pine trees at Western Springs, and I understand it's on the risk register, and I can't find any specific reference to that. And I just would like to know, where do I go to find that it has been logged and that it is being managed as a risk? And I know that there's the tree risk assessment, but I just want to know specifically, how do I track me logging that issue on the risk register? So it's I think I just need to be a bit more educated about how this system works. So I hope I can get away with that question naively, and not knowing, and the fact that I don't know the answer after this first year.
Emma, I don't know whether there's something you can give us an answer to here, or you'd need to take it offline with Councillor Coombe. But are you able to comment on it?
Absolutely, thank you. And no, it's not a silly question at all. And I would be happy to have a longer conversation offline about how it all works at council. Risk is the thing I like to talk about most, so I'm very, very pleased to do that. With regards to your question about Western Springs specifically, and any other issues or risks that have been, as you use the phrase, logged or alerted, or you've spoken up about over time, we have a number of different systems and processes through council to capture risk and escalate up and down. We don't have a central enterprise risk system at council that you might see in a bank, say, or another corporate organisation. We manage by having risks being captured at the point by the risk owners or those that have control over them, and then they get escalated up depending on what they are. The risk reporting that you've got before you today is the strategic risks. These are the big rocks, if you like. They don't include operational risks, such as the one that you're talking about, the risk of the trees in the Western Springs forest that we do know, and I do know, and am involved with that project. So I'm aware of the facts of the case where there is an identified risk of those trees falling due to their age and decline. So that risk is logged with the project concerned and with the operations and in community facilities, and it gets escalated where necessary. It doesn't sit in this risk register that you see, but they are joined up by cascading, if you like, through. We don't have a central system where we can search, but we do have our risk manager system, and I do have on my program of work improvements to improve the way we capture and are able to track how we are doing with all our risks across council. At the moment, we manage them separately with those, in different places across council. I hope that answers sufficiently.
Thank you. That's really useful to know, because I felt that I was kind of missing something in the puzzle, but that fills in some gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I need a mover and a seconder for this. A move by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Coombe. There being no other questions or comments, I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary,
Aye.
no. Carried. So we move now to item number 14, which is the recommendations from the Regulatory Committee, proposal to amend cemeteries and crematoria. I'll ask Linda Cooper to move this, and perhaps Josephine Bartley to second it. And just to double check, I've got Paul Wilson and Elizabeth Osborne online. Paul, are you and Elizabeth here?
Afternoon, yes we are.
That's great. And Councillor Cooper, would you like to introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So this is a proposal to amend the alcohol control bylaw and the cemeteries and crematoria bylaw, but we'll start with the alcohol control bylaw first in item 14. So this is a proposal to amend the bylaw. The Regulatory Committee is recommending that the governing body adopt the statement of proposal to amend the cemeteries and crematoria bylaw for public consultation. The proposal is the outcome of a statutory bylaw review by the Regulatory Committee as required by the Local Government Act. And the bylaw enables council to make a separate code of practice that contains rules for activities in council cemeteries and crematoria. The proposed amendments will make the bylaw easier to understand. The existing code of practice does not form part of the proposal and will be reviewed following a final decision on the proposal. And if adopted, if adopted today, for consultation, that will take place from the 10th of October to the 13th of November this year. The committee has appointed a panel to hear and deliberate on public feedback. Includes myself, Councillor Efeso Collins, and IMSB member Glenn Wilcox. And the panel will report back to the governing body to help make its final decision in April 2021. And we have Paul and staff here to address any questions regarding the bylaw, but I just want to note, in case it comes up, that the issue of ash scattering in public places is outside the scope of this proposal. That belongs in the Public Safety and Nuisance Bylaw. And a separate project is seeking advice from Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum on non-regulatory approaches to ash scattering outside of council cemeteries and crematoria. So I'll hand over to Paul Wilson.
Thank you very much, Linda. So this is on item 14 on the cemeteries and crematoria bylaw. Paul, is there anything you or Elizabeth would like to add to what Councillor Cooper has said?
Thank you. No, nothing to add. Happy to answer any questions.
Right, so we'll take questions and comments together if there are any. It's pretty straightforward, and just to reiterate Councillor Cooper's point, this does not refer to the question of scattering of ashes. So it's going out for consultation. There may be not a lot of questions or comments on this, but just pause for a moment to see if there are any. If not, I'll then put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. So we come now to item 15, which is a recommendation again from the Regulatory Committee on alcohol control statement of proposal. And I'll ask Linda Cooper and Josephine Bartley to move and second again. And Linda, if you can introduce the item.
Okay, so this is a proposal to amend the alcohol control bylaw, and this is really around the consumption of alcohol in public places. The Regulatory Committee is recommending the governing body adopt the statement proposal to amend the alcohol control bylaw for public consultation. And this proposal is the outcome of a statutory bylaw review by the Regulatory Committee as required by the Local Government Act. And this bylaw enables council to make alcohol bans in specified public places to reduce alcohol-related harm caused by people drinking there. And the proposed amendments make the bylaw easier to understand and better prevent alcohol-related harm associated with major events at 4 regional event venues. There are no proposed changes to existing permanent alcohol bans. And as for the crematories and for the previous bylaw item, consultation will occur from the 10th of October to the 13th of November, and a panel will report back to the governing body who will make a final decision in April 2021. And the committee has appointed councillors Josephine Bartley as the chair, Councillor Kathy Casey and IMSB member Glenn Wilcox to a panel to deliberate on public feedback, and Paul and his team are here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. Paul or Elizabeth, do you have any further comments you want to add to this item?
Thank you. No further comments. Happy to answer questions.
Great. So open for questions or comments. I'll pause just for a moment. Pretty straightforward once again. There being no questions and comments, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. We come now to item number 16, a summary of the governing body and committee information memoranda and briefings, including the forward work program. I'll ask for somebody to move that.
Councillor Simpson.
Will move. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Bartley will second. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. We come now to the item number 16, which is again a summary of governing body information memoranda and briefings. No, it's a summary of confidential decisions and related information released into the open. Just sorry, can you identify who was moving it?
Yeah, Kathy.
Kathy Casey has moved and seconded Councillor Henderson. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary,
Aye.
no. Carried. There is no extraordinary business. So at 3:26 p.m, I will declare the meeting closed and thank governing body members for their attendance and their participation. Ka kite anō.
Thank you.